as a consumer, more enjoyable. I always want a quiet ride.
Yeah, it ain't
Don't talk to
charity.
me.
I'm paying him for the ride.
Don't.
It ain't like he's doing me a favor and I'm hitchhiking.
I know, but I don't know. I always want a quiet ride, and I could never do that. I actually do the apology to the Uber driver when I have to take a call.
So do I.
Maybe Canty should start
apologize.
doing that in the morning and warn his Uber driver that he's on the call.
Well, there's something going on here with and Canty on the phone here.
Texting enrolls you into reoccurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone.
Lower T.
Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text BIKE to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever to help you get back into shape fast. Absolutely free. Text BIKE to 321-321. That's BIKE to 321-321.
Time to do it.
Where is Tim?
Where is Tim?
That's not Tim's voice.
Where is Tim?
Well, he's still out.
An entire nation cries out, where is
The
Tim?
nation mourns for him.
Does he go back and listen? Is he listening now?
No.
Is he offended if we...
He's under the weather. He's ill.
He is ill.
A lot of people have this going around.
It is going around. It's terrible.
Yeah.
Get it over with before the holidays. That's what I say.
Yeah, it's probably best if you are going to get sick. You'd rather
Schedule
get sick. You'd rather get sick a week before Christmas than on Christmas itself.
Oh, gosh, yeah.
Tim is out today, but we decided we'd do a show anyway.
That's right.
Is that okay with you guys?
Well, we're resilient. I think Doug's always called us resilient.
You know, we bounce back.
Right.
We pull ourselves up by the bootstraps.
Next boy up.
And nobody else sits in that chair. Unless Mark Hanna shows up, or unless we slide KG over there. But
Literally anybody.
otherwise, nobody sits in that chair. Thursday edition here, the morning after on 101 ESPN. Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, the chairman. Kurt is over there to take your phone calls. We've got phone lines, text lines, and a loaded program for you. Tyler Fulgham, St. Louis guy, went to Mizzou, doing TV in Columbia. Then he got a job in Chicago. And this
He went right from Columbia to Chicago?
And it was the beginning, I would say, of the shows that they weren't brick and mortar, like they weren't network shows. So it was stadium, that are programs that would air on the Fox Sports networks around the country. Yeah. And they also did a lot of gambling, sort of before anybody else would do that, talking about spreads. So he worked in Chicago, and then he got a job at ESPN. All about gambling, and they moved him to Las Vegas. So here he is, like early, mid-30s, living in Las Vegas, working for ESPN. Had him on the radio show last year because he has a new show called ESPN Bet. It's every day, every afternoon, and they go over some of the lines that night. And I said, man, you're living in Vegas. You got the Super Bowl. He goes, yeah, they just moved me to Bristol. I said, you were living in Vegas. So Tyler Fulgham, our guy, all things gambling. Local guy, success story. He's coming up at about 7:30 or so. Robert Thomas, friend of the show. Has he been texted yet this morning, Jackson? It is game day, and the Jackson wake-up call usually leads to a goal.
Well, in my original text about him coming on today, I did mention Central Time, so I didn't feel like a follow-up text was needed. Although, and
the Central Time was to soften the blow a little bit, right? Because they're in Tampa,
right? Well, I talked about the great balance after they had to spend a couple of nights in Edmonton. Now they get to spend a couple of nights in, southeastern Florida. So he was getting up earlier to come on our show last week. Now he gets to come on a little later.
Yeah, Robert Thomas, friend of the show at 8:15. Blues in Tampa tonight to play the Lightning. Bernie Federko, the Hall of Famer, joins us at 9:30. It's a loaded show. We also, the text line. Doug, every once in a while we'll get a text on this show.
We seem to get quite a few.
It often adds to the quality of the show. Question mark.
No.
The text line is 399-9646. 314-399-9646. It's the Air Comfort Service text line. The phone lines. What's the earliest you've taken a call? Could you call a show at like 7:05 and have a hot take ready to roll?
Yeah.
I think that's happened to us. We've had callers right when we go on.
They were loaded for bear and waiting.
Always mad about something. It's never good to hear you.
Jim Rome walks in and there's just like a full bank of phone. They're just waiting.
Yeah, 100%.
Tim in Toledo, you've been holding for 14 hours. Go.
Rack them.
Phone lines are brought to you by Collier and Thompson, 314-974-0101. It is 7:03. Time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers. We've got the podcast brought to you by Dobbs Tire and Auto Centers. Studio cams, I apologize in advance. I did bring a ball cap to switch out.
I like the beanie.
The knit cap. It was pretty cold out there this morning.
Yeah, it's chilly.
And the quality of the show, Doug, I don't think is affected by whether or not I'm wearing a knit cap.
I don't know. It's distracting to some.
It is.
Does your head get cold?
When you walk out to the car.
Well, you have a garage, don't you?
My wife has
a carport.
We got too much junk in there. My wife's car's in the garage. Mine is. I do not have a carport. Looking into it in 25. So my car is in the driveway. Her car's in the garage.
Oh, that's bad in the winter.
It is bad.
Because you're almost always scraping a little something.
I got auto start.
Hadn't snowed.
Blessed. I got auto start.
Auto start.
So if you set the defroster the night before, turn it all the way up before you turn your car off, I should say. Then when you turn it on in the morning, you let that defroster roll.
Jackson's looking.
What is it? It's not rolling before you get out to the car, though.
It doesn't come and pick you up.
No, I wish. It's like the Batmobile.
How is that any different than just getting in your car and waiting a minute?
Well, you do it from inside is what you're saying, I believe, right, Jackson? I think you're saying that you start it up from inside.
You turn your car on when you're inside.
Yes, and so it's warming up.
Okay.
Yeah, so I hit auto start from my home, and then the car starts. And so the defroster starts rolling when I hit the auto start.
Isn't that how cars are being stolen in the city?
You have to lock it before you can even do that.
So you can lock it and start it.
Yeah. Well, now I'm kind of broadcasting that I do this, so I don't actually do this.
So it'll be stolen by tomorrow.
No, I don't actually do this.
I kind of wondered when you started talking about this if you should even say
I park 500 yards away from my home.
Are there Jackie stalkers out there?
And I live in Columbia, Illinois.
Oh, do you really?
Yep.
Well, they still have payphones.
Yes.
That was Waterloo.
Well, Waterloo, great golf course.
I actually put a recap together for Tim yesterday, thinking that if he were here, he'd want to know, unless he went back and listened to the entire show.
Doubt it.
Okay. So I had a Timmy recap. And for those who missed the show yesterday, here's what you missed. Jackson talked about eating oranges while in the shower. There was a lot of talk about eating grease missiles. In fact, people texted me yesterday. Friends of the show were people that I know were texting me about grease missiles.
They liked it?
That's going to live on, I think. Stumbled into NBA segment. Panger was the surprise guest. Rivers is now JR. JR seems interested in my book idea, 101 Things to Do in Jeffco Before You Die.
That's my favorite.
I think he might do it. We found out where the best bison burger in St. Louis is. Bob Hope was discussed, as were payphones. Martin and Jackson will be outside Vitale's party picketing on Saturday night. All of that, but even still, Timmy's dad said the show just wasn't the same.
No, it was not Timmy.
Yeah, that's
we've
good.
got a show.
Well, now you can add to the recap.
So now I have to have a double recap.
Yeah, now it's more comprehensive.
You think Tim's just holding out for the Big Joe Friday?
Big Joe Friday tomorrow. Big Joe Friday. Theismann, 7:30. Buck 8:30. Vitale, 9:30. And then Gabe at 10:15.
Is there a Joe we're missing?
Producer Joe booked Joe Theismann.
Oh, he did.
Yeah, so
he's welcome to call in.
Yeah.
Joe Torre is welcome to call in.
That'd be nice. He's got to be middle 80s by now, isn't he?
Yeah, he has held up well.
Yeah, I think he was.
I'd say 83-ish.
Yeah.
MVP what year, Doug? 73, 71?
71. I think he hit 364. Wow. And this was a guy who couldn't run a lick, so there weren't a lot of infield singles in there. He was the best player in the world that year.
Fired by the Cardinals, goes to New York, and becomes a legend as the manager. Is that what's next for Nolan Arenado? Doug, he's going to be a legend somewhere else?
Well, I guess it could happen. Wouldn't surprise me if he bounced back a little bit and had better seasons.
How about the twist yesterday that he didn't want to go to Houston? So kudos to MLB.com. They broke that story yesterday that Nolan Arenado rejected the trade. Now, the Cardinals are hell-bent on trading this Gold Glove third baseman.
I read that story online, 2 or 3 days ago, and was ridiculed that I read a story he was being traded to Houston. Yeah. Remember that?
Yeah. Well,
of course, the return didn't make a whole lot of sense.
Was it from Fact Sports? Is that why?
No, yeah.
I think that's what it was.
Fact Sports, yeah.
So there was a real deal in place to send Nolan Arenado to Houston, even though they just acquired a third baseman from the Cubs, Paredes, right?
Yes.
And he rejected the deal. I thought it was interesting. The Cardinals were willing to give $15 to $20 million to Houston to offset the salary. But the Astros were never on his list of teams that he said he would go to. So are the Cardinals just saying, well, we'll try, but remember, their intention is to try to trade him. But then Katie Wu, who breaks many of these stories, and she did not on this one, John Denton and MLB.com had the story, but she followed up with, Arenado isn't against going to Houston entirely. I'm paraphrasing. But that he sort of wants to wait and see. He thinks it's
a better deal?
Yeah, he said it's too early in the offseason. In other words, don't you read that as he doesn't really want to go to Houston, but if he has to, he'll do it to get out of St. Louis.
Yeah.
But if he could just hold out, maybe the Angels, backyard team, not very good, but maybe the Dodgers will change their mind. Maybe the Red Sox will come up with a deal. He wants to win. Houston's a pretty good club, but I'm not sure what they're doing right now. They traded Kyle Tucker. Isn't that the weirdest deal? This is playing out publicly. I know it's not what they want, but it's kind of the way it works now. Everything gets out publicly.
Especially with no trade clauses like this. Like when you block something like this, you can't show your hand any more than we're trying to trade it. Like if it wasn't clear before, it's clear now. They're trying to trade them.
If you're the Cardinals, don't you go to him ahead of time and say, we've got a really good deal in place at Houston. We're talking to Houston. Are you okay with that?
Right.
Before you put in any legwork on the deal, get all the parameters in place, and they say, no.
Yeah, because it doesn't look good for the Cardinals publicly. a story like this. But if you're Arenado and you're holding all the leverage, why wouldn't you?
Yeah, I get that.
You're going to get all the money.
Yeah.
It's your life. You're the one who's going to have to pack up and move and get acclimated to a whole new manager and teammates and city. He may as well hold out and get whatever best deal he can get.
Yeah, I don't blame him at all. I'm just surprised it isn't sort of known ahead of time. Like, Houston, don't even bother. Right. Let's go. Or the agent could say, yeah, if everything else falls through, we'll go to Houston.
Right.
Instead of allowing them to get to the finish line. No, I don't blame him at all. Is he betting on himself that he can get out of St. Louis?
What's the upside for him waiting for later in the off season? Like Katie Wu was reporting that
a better team.
But so if he got like a deal to go to like the Dodgers or Yankees,
that's
now,
Well, that's what he wants.
But would he, if they're like, we'll do it now, do you think he would still want to do it later in the offseason? Because that's what Katie Wu was reporting, that he doesn't want to make a decision this early in the offseason.
And I respect her reporting, but I think it's specific to Houston.
Okay.
If the Yankees called today, certainly if the Dodgers called today, I don't really need to wait anymore. I think that theory that I need to wait a little bit, it's too early.
It's just a polite way of saying I'm not going to Houston.
I don't want to go to Houston.
Okay. That's your guys' read on that?
I think 1,000%. Sure. And he'd be willing to go there. But the saddest part of it all is it's sort of anywhere but here. Like Houston, okay, I'll come back to Houston, holding out for more. And it's just kind of a sad ending. He was not a St. Louis superstar, right? He'd been here for 4 years. But we've had some bad exits, right? Was Kurt Warner among the most bizarre because he was not only beloved by non-sports fans, he was a two-time MVP in recent memory. And then they get a little sideways. Mark Bolger appears on the scene, and it just became known, well, he's got to go.
Yeah, he hurt his finger and missed some games, and then he had that concussion and played just a bizarre game in New York where they didn't take him out of the game, and he was just throwing the ball anywhere. and they put in Bolger after that, and Bolger looked very good. And they jumped the gun too quick on that.
Right.
Although Bolger was good, you can't take that away from him. He had some Pro Bowl seasons himself afterwards.
And the NFL is kind of different too, where it's such a much more win now mentality. You got to what have you done for me lately kind of thing. But with the Cardinals, you think about some of the recent major acquisitions: Jason Hayward gone, Dexter Fowler gone. Paul Goldschmidt didn't necessarily live up to what. From a team standpoint, he was great.
He was MVP. He was pretty good.
I'm saying he himself.
But the
team didn't achieve, especially once you acquired Arenado, too. I think people, St. Louis Cardinal fans, when they look back on the Arenado-Goldschmidt era, especially for what they got for him, for both of them, were like two trades that are like, what are the other teams doing? And you didn't really capitalize on it at all. I think that leaves a really sour taste in people's mouths.
Yeah, it does. I don't think you can blame Goldschmidt or Arenado for any of it. They were both terrific players here. There wasn't much around them. And now they've hit their mid to late 30s, and they're just not the players they used to be, and the club is forced to rebuild.
Yeah.
The Ozzie exit or ending was kind of ugly.
Yeah.
And it's usually personal. It's Ozzie and Tony.
Yeah, I know.
Scott Rowland gets traded because it's Tony versus Scott. That was Mozalik's first offseason as the GM. And he said, I regret that. But he was heading to the winter meetings. He just gets named GM of a baseball team. And the agent for Rowland says, you got to move him. You got to trade him. And he's like, what? He's like, no, you have to trade him. And he said, I wish I had the backbone or the gravitas, whatever, the cachet back then to say no. He said, but I just did it. They got Troy Glaus in return.
That's another log to the fire.
Gosh, that didn't work out at all.
Chris Pronger was traded for Eric Brewer. That was about money.
Yeah.
They were looking to just gut the team, so they trade Pronger.
The worst ever, you have to go way back for Steve Carlton.
Yeah, you've always referenced that. That's about as bad.
He was asking for if I remember, he was asking for $65,000, and they offered $60,000, and he drove in from his house out here in West County to go in and meet with Bing Devine and say, okay, I'll take 60. And by the time he got there, they said, oh, we traded you. To Philadelphia for Rick Wise, who was a pretty good pitcher, but for only a couple more years. And Carlton went on to become one of the greatest left-handed pitchers in the history of the game.
Yeah, it's like him and Koufax, right?
They would have won probably 3 more National League pennants in the 70s if they'd held on to him.
But they showed him. They showed him.
Jerry Royce, same way. They had him about the same time. Traded him to Houston for Scipio Spinks. Scipio Spinks was the guy from St. Louis that threw 100 miles an hour, close to it. They dealt both of those guys. They would have had two of the two best left-handed pitchers of the decade they would have had here.
Do you guys envision a situation in which a deal really can't get done? Arenado is starting at third base on opening day.
Torrey Krug. Hey, guys, he's back.
Yeah, and they're like, well, at the offseason, we'll consider it.
No, I think
trade deadline.
If nothing else, he'll go back to Houston and say, remember that deal we had in December? Arenado says he'll come now.
But it's got to hurt your leverage if you're the Cardinals, and a month from now, you're calling Houston, and they say, yeah, we're okay, we're good. But if you throw in $30 million, yeah, we'll think about it. All of a sudden, the leverage game and that negotiation, I would think, has changed dramatically because you've turned him down. Brett Hull left. It was not a trade, right? Free agency. And Larry Plow wouldn't give him the no-trade clause. And then they find out later they gave it to a bunch of guys. But you wouldn't give it to Brett Hull.
Right. What did he ever do?
It just seems it's typically a little bit personal. And I mentioned this on the show that I just think Arenado is a little sideways with the Cardinals and the fact that he thought he was coming to a different franchise, thought they were the team that had the throttle down, as his agent said at the winter meetings, about going for it. I think that's what's really sad is that he wants out because he wants to go to a winning team. So if you're a fan and you say, oh, well, the guy who's pretty good, had a down year, wants out desperately, he'll go to the Angels. Granted, it's because he lives in the area, but just wants out. It's more sad than strange, I would say.
And he's the best player they have left. He's the best player they got.
Yeah.
What about Newt?
Yeah, what about Newt?
No, sorry.
No?
Gorman?
He's the best player they have, and he wants out.
Certainly the most proven on the roster.
I mean, it's like there's a reason that I think, some other teams out there who are looking to really contend are interested in him. I just don't know, the timeline to me is very odd, this waiting till later in the offseason, because I don't think that benefits either Arenado or the Cardinals.
That was just his politeness to say, I'm not going to Houston. For whatever reason, he doesn't want to go. He doesn't want to play. Whether he doesn't like the manager there or someone on the team or the city or he's just hell-bent on returning to Southern California, wherever. I don't think it really has much to do with waiting later in the season. It's waiting for a better deal.
You know what you shouldn't wait for, Doug?
What?
Working with Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies.
Did you just tee up? It's just going to be Timmy talking.
No, this is going to be Jackson talking.
Oh, wow.
Hello, everybody. TMA listeners.
Hello, everybody. The well-coiffed Jackson Burkett.
Yeah.
Did you get up early and style your hair?
Yeah, it took about 45 minutes. Mousse.
Like you might have been under a blow dryer or hair dryer.
Well, I have one of those old school salon
the
blow
old lady
dryers.
one you just sit under there?
Drop it on my head. Yeah, that's TMA.
What it looks like.
Yeah, it feels pretty good. TMA listeners have a lot to think through financially, saving up for retirement and college while also paying bills and enjoying life along the way. That's the big thing there, that balancing, enjoying your life, spending the money that you've earned, but also saving it for the future, getting those good habits down. That's what Mark Hanna emphasizes to his clients. Whether you're starting your financial planning or if you've already retired, call Mark Hanna. Mark works with you to design a financial strategy. His straightforward approach starts with a 15-minute phone call to discuss your financial needs. Visit evergreenstl.com or call 314-889-0503 today. Mark Hanna offers securities through Equitable Advisors, LLC, member FINRA and SIPC, and offers insurance and annuity products through Equitable Network, LLC.
I'm going to keep us on time today, Doug. That's
really?
my vow to you and to the listeners. I'm going to do my best. Keep us on time. We'll get to SLU losing to Wofford, WOFFORD.
Yep.
We'll get to the Lynx.
P.O. Joseph traded to
P.O. Joseph.
Traded to Pittsburgh.
Matthew Joseph remains. One of the Joseph brothers has been traded. We'll get to the links, which include the new dating phenomenon, Doug, called throning.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
Are you familiar with throning?
No, I've not heard of
This will be a fun one.
And then fun with audio, Doug Gottlieb, who hosts a radio show and coaches a Division I basketball team, and then gets into Twitter wars with Adam Schefter.
He does.
He's got a lot on his plate. Mm-hmm. He lost his 8th game in a row. And then was at the dais taking questions. So a lot of fun with audio. The links. Is Big Al still on the line? I apologize. I did not see it earlier. Big Al, I told you, Doug, it's rare. Somebody's raring to go early in the day on the phone lines. So I will now get us off time when I said I was going to keep us on time. Big Al, welcome.
Oh, wait, boys. I've been up all night, so I'm not really up early.
Why have you been up?
To worry about it, Doug. How you doing?
Well, you brought it up. I just thought I'd be polite and ask why.
I'm on a binge watching because I was on a cruise. First off, Dougie and Marty and everybody, I just want to tell you that my scans came through. I sent them to my doctor in Cabo, and he's even amazed that I am cancer-free.
Oh, awesome.
Good for you, buddy.
Good to hear.
Yeah, and I went on my girl took me on a cruise to the Caribbean and almost ended in up in Puerto Plata jail, and got so smashed up because the drinks they serve on cruises, if anybody's ever been on there, is like 3/4 and a fourth of liquor and mix. And then I forgot that my little deal going out to my patio deal on the cruise had that little step up, you know?
Oh, yeah.
And I didn't step up.
Oh, no. You
so
go
I
overboard?
face planted and tore myself up. And so, long story short, got pretty. I was singing, playing piano, passing out fireballs. Everywhere I went on the ship, security was giving me the stink eye. They wanted to search my cabin 2 times. They're upset I didn't report the fall. That's because I had excursion. I didn't want to get tied up with medical, but I had a great time.
Why did they wanted to search your room?
Yeah, well, it was a long story, but it wasn't for what I don't know what they were thinking, but I wasn't lost and found. I lost my driver's license and my credit card.
You're
and they
a
wanted
hot
to search
mess.
my cabin.
You are a hot mess.
I already told them you don't need to search it. I did, and then it was just a whole deal. We had liquor. We had illegal liquor. We went through the deal where they scan you, and he goes, is that alcohol? I go, no. He goes, olive oil? I go, yeah.
Doing voice? Are we doing impressions?
I got more olive oil than you can shake a stick at, but you can drink it, get drunk on it.
Olive oil makes you drunk?
Well, no. He said alcohol. I go, no. He goes, olive oil? So from then on, I go, yeah. So we had like 17 bottles of liquor come through, and they thought we were doing olive oil baths or something. I don't know, because it was all olive oil.
That's how it all started with Diddy, I think.
Quite a little trip.
Yeah.
And they almost threw you in the ship's prison?
No, they do have a prison there, but no, I was in the DR there at the Dominican doing it at Puerto Plata and got a little disturbance with one of the locals, and it was okay.
Well, you don't want to find yourself in a Dominican Republic jail.
Not over there. And I think it had something to do with the fact that I had a shirt on with Clint Eastwood and said, if you want to go electric, start with a border. And then I had a Trump hat on, too. So that might have turned their gills. But
turn their gills, Doug. I like that. I kind of like that.
The reason I called is that my beagle's smarter than Mo. Mo, you're an idiot, and I know you're listening. And I'll tell you right now, people come through this town to go somewhere else to be superstars. We're like a flyover, and they touch and go here, and then they become great stars because Mo can't figure out how to general manage anybody. And I don't blame Arenado. Okay, Mo, what are we going to do? Fly to L.A. What? Before I figure on this opt-out, we're gonna do a lot of big things. We're going to sign Contreras, and that's it, and I lied. So you know what? Heck with it. I don't blame Arenado at all.
Okay, we've been here a long time. We good?
Yeah.
Drop of the day. Yeah. All right, Al.
Arenado's like, hey, Mo, come on out to L.A. What are you going to do? Because I can opt out here. Oh, we're going to do a lot. I mean to tell you, I'm going to trade more people and release them, and they'll become MVPs in the World Series, and we're going to sign Contreras, and I lied to you.
All right. Go easy on the olive oil. That's Big Al, who is cancer-free, and I was hoping, Doug, that meant the texters would go easy on him.
No.
No,
now that they know he's healthy,
okay.
they're going to change that.
That sort of gave him the green light.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, he was in bad shape there for a while, so I'm happy to hear that.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Big Al's a long-time friend of the show.
For sure. People are concerned that he might be inebriated this early in the morning. I don't know.
He was up all night.
Right. Well, sometimes
I shouldn't ask why, but he was.
Spanish accent that we were trying there.
Yeah.
We'll take a break. Text line blowing up. Thank you, Big Al, for that. We've got a full show, TMA, the morning after, powered by Brown and Crouppen right here on 101 ESPN. Back at the 101 studios, Martin Kilcoyne, Doug Vaughn, Jackson Burkett, the chairman, Kurt, with you on this Thursday. Tim under the weather. Big Tuft is asking, can we bring Timmy anything at home? Can they drop off
chicken soup or
items
something?
for Tim?
No.
Stephen Wildwood, I love Big Al. How about that? There's one vote.
Well, we all love Big Al. He's been a very well-known character here for many years.
Absolutely. I love that he's calling in.
Boy, he's everywhere, too. I saw him at spring training, milling around. He used to show up at Blues News conferences.
He worked for Boeing for a while? Is that what it was?
Yeah. I think he sold things to Boeing.
We had a TV segment when the Rams were really good in '99, sort of out of nowhere. The news director wanted to be more in touch with the fans. Doug, did you ever get that? We need to hear more from the fans.
Man on the street.
What are the fans saying? Well, we've got Albert Pujols live on the air. I know, but what are the fans saying?
Oh, yeah. That makes a lot of sense.
And we put together a segment, and I was trying to figure, well, how are we going to find, representation of the fans? And I went over to KFNS. And I sat there one day, and I was like, who calls all the time? Like, well, Big Al calls all the time. I said, okay, give me his number. Yeah. So I called Big Al. This is probably before cell phones. And then there was a guy named Brother Jacob who would call in.
I remember him.
Brother Jacob. So I called him. He's like, what do you want, man? I said, I want you to come on Sunday nights. And then Superfan Shar would call into the shows. And she would she was more, I guess, less calling in, but more prominent, cheering the team on the sidelines. So we assembled this round table. So on a Sunday night when Pete Peterson got to do the great highlights of the Rams winning again, Warner, Bruce, Marshall Faulk, I would be down at the Landing, one of those bars, sitting with, think about the resources. We had like 2 engineers, 2 photographers for a 3-minute segment talking to the super fans. It was me, Big Al, Shar, and Brother Jacob.
How did it go?
I think it was kind of fun. I think we were ahead of our time.
If the fans are good, if they'll say interesting things, it works well. If they don't, it could be a real dud.
Yeah, I love Big Al, but I think Brother Jacob was kind of the star of the show.
He really brought it.
Yeah, he really always.
Classic. Go to bat.
I got his work phone number. I don't know. Tony Hubert or somebody said, here's where he works. So I called. It was a bank. And they answered, and I said, I'm looking for Brother Jacob. And they said, I'm sorry, who? His real name was like Daryl something. And they had no idea that he called into radio shows all day as Brother Jacob. So this receptionist at the bank is like, who are you looking for? I said, first name Brother, last name Jacob.
That's humbling.
There was a time when we would do a lot of live reports from bars. If there was a big game going on somewhere, especially if it was out of town, you'd say, here's the atmosphere here at such and such a bar, and there'd be some activity in the background. Then I think it became an FCC rule or law that if somebody in that bar yelled out an expletive or something, you could get fined like $250,000. So that stopped all the live shots at the bar. Whether you did it or not, whether it was your reporter or not, somebody just walk up behind you and scream it out.
There was that trend going on. I won't repeat the line that would always be said, but when reporters were doing live shots, people would go up and behind them and scream something like that. And I just imagine the people in the control room in the back like, oh, God, can't dump fast enough.
Pretty much everybody.
Yeah. I know the line you're talking about. I can't say it.
You can't
I got it outside of Wrigley Field before Cardinals Cubs. Yes.
Yeah.
Standing on the street corner. I'm like, oh, that's unfortunate. But now they're all on tape, and you lose that. That's one of the great things when the Cardinals would make a run. You'd throw it down to a Andy Banker, or Rocky Madden, or Mark Cox. I don't know. Give me another. John Mills. I'm trying to think of. And they're there with all these crazy drunk fans who will say anything. And I think you're right, Doug. Now I think all these corporations that own TV are making them do it on tape just to make sure there are no obscenities.
Right. It's certainly not. It could be a fun story and get some energy on the show, but it's certainly not worth a fat fine.
Yeah.
The wackiest interaction would have been Charlie Marlowe on opening day. This is within the last 3 years. I'm in one location. He's in another location. So there's no drunk fans. But Jim Edmonds is walking by. And Charlie goes, hey, it's Jim. And Edmonds comes over. He might have been overserved as a fan. I think he was a fan that day. He was not working. And he grabs Charlie's mic, and he looks into the camera and goes, is Martin inside there? And Charlie goes, well, sort of. Sort of. He goes, Martin, what's going on? So we had like a little on-air discussion.
Oh, that works.
Yes. Well, suck it, Doug. Grab the mic from Chuck. Blues Lightning tonight. We'll talk about that. Robert Thomas at 8:15. He is a friend of the show.
Yeah,
I think early on there were some awkward exchanges. And now it's a little less awkward, maybe. Brentford Urkel also, 9 o'clock hour. Tyler Fulgham, ESPN Bet. We'll talk about the college football playoff matchups that is coming your way in our next segment. The Doug Gottlieb radio war.
Yeah.
The fact that he's doing radio. Does this affect Josh Schertz being a co-host?
Yeah, I know.
Are Billiken fans mad that he's a co-host on this show while the team struggles? That hasn't come up yet.
It hasn't come up yet.
He's not really a co-host.
Well, that's how we kind of... I think he wants to be a co-host.
Does he really?
He's got, what do you call him, Doug? Blue feet. He's good. He's really, I love every time he comes in.
Do you guys ever get Baba Booeyed? That was the Howard Stern thing.
No, free dotem is what the calling card has always been for this presentation.
The one I got was something to do with stick. Right? Is that the phrase? Stick it.
Yeah, but a different word.
Yeah, well, that was the one.
Yes, that was the popular.
There was a couple televised golf tournaments where people yelled "free dotem" right after the guy hit the ball. Instead of "get in the hole," they were yelling "free dotem."
Oh, you mean like this?
Good news is they'll get to play 11 and 12 downwind instead of against the wind. 8. Just 2 to go for Tiger in his first.
Yeah, we didn't need that.
That was at Torrey Pines.
Very classy. Did the person identify themselves who did it?
No. I mean, who knows who's yelling what. I'm always impressed how they're able to start screaming right after the ball is hit.
Oh, yeah.
Because if you do it a second earlier, you are going to be kicked out forever.
You're supposed to yell "get in the hole," right?
That's the common one. Yeah, mashed potatoes, Baba Booey. And then free dotem, I think, is fourth.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
So we made the Mount Rushmore anyway.
Yeah, I'm happy to be on there.
All right.
Eric at the Central West End wants to know if Tim is inside there. If you look into the cameras in here, maybe you see. Look close enough. Tim's here. Did you actually look?
Well, theater of the mind.
Okay. I know you guys don't like to read my text, but do you think the Cardinals don't know where Arenado wants to go? Why would they cut a deal with the Astros if they actually knew where he wants to go? I do think the truth is, we'll read anybody's text, but there's a large volume.
We get a lot.
And usually when Tim's here reading the text, I'll kind of go through. I'm kind of on the copy edit desk.
Yeah, right.
And I will just kind of go through and scroll through and see if anybody's been largely ignored. So we are happy to read everyone's text. I agree it makes no sense that you'd cut a deal with a team where the player doesn't want to go. But I'm pretty sure the agent has made it clear. Preferences, Padres, Dodgers, Yankees, and moments. I know, we tried. They're not interested. What do you want me to do? But this is sort of a sad saga that's playing out, much like Tim not being here, Doug. It's a sad...
Tim is worse. Him being gone is worse than Arenado saying no to the Astros.
I am wearing a wool cap. Martin, you look like you drive a cargo van with no windows and are ready to ask kids if they want some candy.
You do kind of look like Mr. Wisconsin today.
I got a cap. I'm going to switch out.
Oh, no, you're fine.
I'm going to switch out to a ball cap. My kid said the new line is, instead of do you want candy, kids? That the creeper in the van now says, free Wi-Fi, kids.
This 53-year-old is bringing candy.
Did you ever in your life as a kid see some mysterious adult come up to you and start talking or anything?
Not really. No. I feel like I would have remembered that.
Yeah, it wasn't even a thing when I was a kid. I don't remember.
I was more scared of dogs.
I don't remember warnings or anything else.
Yeah. Well,
that was back when, parents allowed their kids to get on their bike and ride 20 miles and never see them again until nighttime.
Right.
I think we were safer because Larry Connors would say at 10 o'clock, it's 10 o'clock, St. Louis. Do you know where your children are?
Yeah.
Was that 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock? Larry Connors would announce.
Right. KMX did it for years, too.
Do you know where your children are?
And you were supposed to look around.
Put the bag
no. One of the children has a stun gun.
Yeah, that would be bad.
Oh.
If you didn't know where your kids were and they had a stun gun, that's no good.
Oh.
I think most parents are sound asleep.
Yeah.
They assume they're down the hall.
Yeah.
All right, we're late for the break. Of course we are. Tyler Fulgham, ESPN Bet, local guy, made it big, is next on The Morning After. Great time of year to get together with your family, your loved ones, create some new memories. You can do that at the St. Louis Zoo even this time of year. That's because they have the Wild Lights display going on. Enjoy the brilliant displays, over 1 million twinkling lights. They have festive menus, zoo attractions, kids activities, all going on until December 29th. To support the St. Louis Zoo this holiday season by getting a zoo membership at Together Credit Union. It's offering exclusive zoo membership for members that sign up for the St. Louis Zoo debit card. All Together Credit Union members with the St. Louis Zoo debit card receive a sea lion plush toy just in time for the holidays. You'll get some parking perks, attraction tickets, discounts, and more. It's the St. Louis Zoo debit card. It empowers you to give back by rounding up the change from your transactions. They'll donate that change to the zoo, furthering their mission, which includes advancements at the St. Louis Zoo's Wild Care Park. So you can enroll at togethercu.org/zoo or just stop by. There are 14 area locations for Together Credit Union. Happy holidays from your friends at Together Credit Union, federally insured by NCUA.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Blues back in action tonight, taking on the Tampa Bay Lightning pregame right here on 101 at ESPN at 5 p.m. Puck drop at 6 p.m. Robert Thomas will be joining this presentation at 8:15 to talk about it all. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Thursday edition here, the morning after 101 ESPN. Martin, Doug, Jackson, Kurt with you. Tim is out. Thoughts and prayers. It's just sort of implied at this point, but we do have a show. Nonetheless, Doug, we've got a show.
We're trying to plow through.
College football playoff weekend. We'll preview it with the Joes. Joe Theismann representing Notre Dame. Joe Buck representing Indiana. That's when things kick off on Friday. Let's talk about the matchups. The spreads, the lines, our guy, Tyler Fulgham, pride of Lafayette High. Doug, you wanted to know where he went to high school, didn't you?
Yeah, of course.
Tyler Fulgham. Then he was a Mizzou guy, worked in Chicago, worked in Vegas, now on the mothership, ESPN on TV nightly. ESPN Bet, all things gambling. Tyler, what is up, my man?
Well, hold on a second. Tim's not on the show today. I suddenly have something I have to do.
Oh, here it is.
I will not be able to join you guys. I'm sorry. I am pressed for time.
Are you really?
Wise man would say.
He's pressed for time.
I know how that
No, I'm
works.
doing great. Thanks for having me on. Appreciate it.
And so you listen, what, on an occasion, on a podcast? I know you're familiar with the show. What are your listening habits?
Yeah. I would podcast like the Dickens. Via I think Spotify is what I use. But when I was living in Chicago, I found the show to stay connected to, St. Louis. I mean, this is back when the Rams were still in St. Louis. So I would podcast on my walks to work when I was in Chicago.
And you felt like it kept you in the sports loop of St. Louis, or just more the general themes of St. Louis?
Yeah, I mean, it helped me stay connected to what was going on there, whether it be Cardinals, Blues, or at that time, Rams related for sure.
Okay.
Still St. Louis in through and through, even though I've left for greener pastures. Still a St. Louis in through and through.
There's no such thing as greener pastures in St. Louis. Come on, man. Oh. We just took shrapnel.
What game this weekend intrigues you the most? We've got the Friday nighter in South Bend with Indiana, great matchup there. Then Penn State hosting SMU, Texas hosting Clemson, and Tennessee travels to the Shoe to take on the Buckeyes. Is there one of the four that you think is the most intriguing?
Perspective, it is definitely the Indiana-Notre Dame game for me because of the potential weather that we're going to see there. It's going to be very cold. We know that. We'll see if we get snow during, before, whatever. I think there's about 35% chance of that precipitation in South Bend. Despite that, guys, I'm surprised, at least at ESPN Bet. I'm not sure at other books, but at ESPN Bet, the total has actually gone up. It's jumped up a point to 52.5.
Yeah, that's what I'm seeing everywhere else, too.
That, Jackson, is a little confusing to me, given everyone knows that the weather is going to be an issue there, and it's not like Notre Dame is the type of team with a home field advantage that wants to play a shootout. They have the type of defense that could make things, less efficient for Indiana. So I like the under there. I'm going to move against the market, which is not something I would normally suggest doing, but I see a lot more path to the under than to the over with the way these two teams operate and with the situation that we'll be dealing with the weather.
Yeah, the money's with you. The sharps are with you. The sharps are certainly much more on the under, where the volume's on the over there.
So much of gambling, isn't it about injuries and analytics? And yet, when you look at Ohio State, I feel it's a gut. You either believe that they're pissed off and they're going to play their best, or that they're in the tank and then it's over and they've quit on day. There's all these different things that are just sort of like emotionally connected as opposed to actual facts. And when you boil it down, I don't think any of us have any clue what kind of team Ohio State is going to be this weekend.
No, it's a really good question. What Ryan Day squad will show up? Will it be the one that looked really good all season long, or the one that lost at home to a Michigan team that was just meh this year? So they have a wide variance, as we would say, not a wide base, Doug, but a wide variance.
Wide base is important, though.
Especially in football, when you want to get in them trenches.
Short, choppy steps. Short, choppy steps.
Right. But I would make shorter, choppier bets in this game. Maybe bet it live and see what Ohio State team shows up. If you see on that first drive they're moving the football against Tennessee, or if you see them struggle, that's another game where I'm leaning towards the under, because I'm not sure Nico Iamaleava is going to be able to perform on the road in that environment. He's also had a wide variance this season, but against really good competition, he's struggled a bit more. So I see potentially a rock fight, a defensive game there. So maybe I hold off, check and see what the teams look like in the first few drives, and then bet that game live.
Well, when you talk about the weather playing a factor, especially at Notre Dame tomorrow night, I've heard him say that it's easier to play offense and defense in the bad weather because of footing. As an offensive player, you know where you're going. And as a defensive player, you have to react, and the footwork can be more difficult. You think there's anything to that?
Yeah, I think there's a bit. I think that's more rain. If there's a lot of snow, I think that definitely benefits the offense. But if it's just like a dusting, I think, what most offenses, especially quarterbacks, say affects them most is not precipitation, it's wind. When wind is a factor, that's what really affects throwing the football. So if it is windy, that is really when you want to bet into unders. Precipitation can kind of sometimes be, as we say in the industry, double counted by the bettor. The bettor thinks, oh, it's raining. Of course it's going to be, this line's too high on the total. I got to bet the under. Well, the books are setting the price based on the precipitation there, so don't double count it. But I would say, based on at least the weather reports I'm reading, and I'm no meteorologist by any stretch of the imagination, but it looks like we're not going to get the type of precipitation that would affect footing. I think the wind would be the biggest concern. I still, again, like the under there because of the way those two teams operate.
It's almost like you've got a meteorological degree there from the University of Missouri Columbia Systems. Who's the overall favorite? Is Oregon? Where's the money right now? There are the four teams, of course, that have the bye, including Georgia with an injured quarterback, and teams that are not all that proven historically, like Boise State and Arizona State. Where is the money right now?
Yeah, Texas is the favorite. They have the shortest odds to win the college football playoff. What I found interesting about Oregon and Georgia are like right there. At ESPN Bet, at least, Texas is plus 165. Georgia and Oregon are plus 175. So the market is saying it's pretty much a three-horse race with Texas as a slight favorite. What I found interesting is kind of looking ahead to the next round. For both Boise State and Arizona State, regardless of who wins the game this weekend, those teams that earned a first-round bye are going to be an underdog on the look-ahead line. So, again, it's kind of crazy. That's what the market is telling you about those two teams. But so maybe there's some value on them because I think there's something about Arizona State and Kenny D's squad, Cam Scattaboo. And I think they're maybe a little more legit than the market would give them credit for. So that's what I found most interesting. But I have no issue with Texas, Georgia, Oregon being the favorites. They look like the best teams all year long. I personally think Texas is the best team on paper, but for whatever reason, Steve Sarkisian always seems to have some bonehead moments with his teams in big games. So I might look elsewhere to Georgia or Oregon.
Tyler Fulgham, our guest from ESPN. We're talking a little gambling here, and I think the obvious when it comes to the league that draws the most money, I'm assuming it's got to be the NFL year in, year out. Who's number two? What sport?
College football is, I think, number two. I don't have the numbers in front of me in terms of what would be the most popular behind the NFL. You're certainly right about that. Worldwide, soccer is something that is probably bet more than college football in the totality of the world. But here stateside, I would say college football is number two. Then you get into probably college basketball maybe before the NBA, especially because you get so much action during the NCAA tournament.
Do you find that college football games are a little easier to handicap than NFL games, or do you think it just kind of depends on the matchup?
Yeah, NFL's the most liquid market, so it's got the most information, the most data points, the most attention from these bookmakers, right. Because that's where they're dealing with their most amount of money, so it makes sense. I think college football, the best way to try and, I think, beat college football, I hate to use that word because you don't beat when you gamble, you just mitigate losses as best as you can. But, Missouri last year, for instance, it looked like they were going to be a much better team than the market anticipated because of various issues. And that was something that you could have leaned into and bet over. Now with NIL and transfer portal, and that is throwing more variance and more confusion in for the bookmakers. And that's something, if you're really smart and players and if you watch Mountain West football, this guy was a baller at San Jose State and he was little known, but then he gets transferred to a Big 12 school, and they're going to be much better than the market anticipates, then that's something you can lean into because when there's uncertainty, that's opportunity for the better. Like Arizona State was picked to finish dead last in the Big 12 for crying out loud. They were 150-1 to win the Big 12 this year. So the fact that they pulled that off is a great gambling story. But I think that's what affects college football now is the transfer portal and NIL make it a little more chaotic, which is good for a better.
Doug, we like to help the kids out there that are looking for a profession, ways to make it. Here he is, making it all the way to ESPN. Tyler, tell Doug the story, pandemic-related. It was delivering food that got him to ESPN, Doug. It all goes back to... Tell Doug that story, Tyler.
Yes, it was 2020, Doug, and pandemic hit, so there wasn't much content to produce at the network I was at, and my contract had lapsed, and I was not yet signed to a new deal, so... For a side hustle, I started making sandwiches and delivering them on bicycle to friends and family in Chicago. And I would post the sandwich on Instagram, and that's how people would order. One of the clients I had, her name was Carol Veroniak. She worked for ESPN. I delivered her a sandwich. She was dealing with 3 kids under the age of 5. She didn't have the $20 bill I needed. I said, Carol, don't worry about it. I'm doing this for fun. Get me a job at ESPN, and we'll call it even.
Yeah.
2 weeks later, no interview, no audition. I just sent her a resume reel. I got a job offer to move to Las Vegas and work for the ESPN Bet Live show.
Really?
Just free sandwiches. All you kids out there, you're sending out your reels on YouTube. Just get a free sandwich, drop it off at a network executive.
Bribe them with food. Mm-hmm. I won't say money unless you come from, Ladue, like Jackson, and you have a good lawyer who can help you defend a bribe, but bribe with food.
Yeah. I bribe with grease missiles.
Bribe with food, that's legal. Bribing with food.
Yeah. Well, the bigger message there is you do something for someone nice, oftentimes it gets repaid.
Yeah.
There you go.
That's what happened for you. Very nice.
And then they moved, but then they got him, Doug. They moved him to Vegas, and then he's like, "Oh, I'm going to live in Vegas. This is unbelievable." And they're like, "Oh, we need you back at the mothership." So you've adapted to life in Connecticut.
Yeah. I loved Vegas. I never gave any thought to living there, being from the Midwest. I always thought it was just the Strip and nothing else. But outside on the outskirts, much like, West County, South County, North County, and St. Louis, outside of the main Strip where all those shenanigans happen, it's a beautiful place to live. There's no state income tax. It's in the Pacific time zone. When you work in sports is great because your day is over at 7 p.m. instead of midnight. Yeah. It was the life out there. I played golf. I was down to a 3.7 handicap. Tim probably would have asked me to be in his member guest. Now I'm like up at a 9. He doesn't have any time for me.
No, he doesn't.
A dangerous 9.
Yeah.
Dangerous 9.
Dangerous 9. But, at least it's been good for opportunities here. Hosting the ESPN Bet Live show, hosting some Sports Center, being on Fantasy Football Now and other things. It's been good for the career up here.
Every time I look up.
The weather sucks.
But you're always on the TV, the 2 Fox. We've got ESPN up. Remind folks listening where they can find your daily program.
Yeah, ESPN Bet Live is on ESPN2 various hours during football season because we like to come on before games. Today will be on 6 p.m. Tomorrow will be on 6 p.m. On Saturday before football kicks off, it's 11 a.m. On Sundays, it's 9 a.m. And on Mondays, it's 4 p.m. But I'm always on SportsCenter on Thursday and Fridays during the week at 2 p.m. That's Eastern time, so 1 p.m. for you guys there in the Central Time Zone, giving out some betting advice.
Back in 2013, Doug, he's working down in Como, Columbia, Missouri, and I was like, we got to hire this guy. The next week he said, I got a job in Chicago. I'm like,
you missed it.
Never mind.
Now, the Cardinals used to have a pitcher from St. Louis named John Fulgham. Are you related to him?
I am not related to John Fulgham, no. I know who you're talking about, but he is not, as far as I know, in my Fulgham family tree. But there's not a lot of Fulghams out there.
No.
There's not a lot. And I'll tell you what, when I was in Chicago, I actually changed my last name for on air because Fulgham's so hard to pronounce and spell. I regret it. I should have just stuck with the OG name. But, it makes me more unique now, and it actually honors my family and where I come from there in St. Louis. So I'm glad I went back when I got to ESPN.
Doug, my only beef here, this young man still roots for the L.A. Rams.
Oh.
He's a
why would you do such a
passionate L.A. Rams fan.
Whoa, Barton. Whoa, I didn't know we were going to open that can of worms.
This is an airing of grievances, Doug, out of nowhere.
He had it coming.
Can I at least plead my case, Doug, to the court?
To the court.
I didn't root for Stan Kroenke when he helped move the team from Los Angeles to St. Louis. I wasn't going in the stand. I had season tickets, section 453, row double M, from 1995 to 2003. I was always rooting for the players, the colors of the uniform, the old Seinfeld bit. But when Kroenke, of course, like a you-know-what hole, moved the team to L.A., I did not like the way in which he did it, but I completely understood the rationale and motives to make himself $5 billion, whatever it was. And I didn't want to be a hypocrite, too, because, as I said, I also left St. Louis for better opportunities, so to speak, for myself and my family. So if I was going to dog stand Kroenke for that, I would kind of be hypocritical myself, because that's indeed what I did with my life. I love St. Louis, but I wouldn't be able to be, making, the Jackson money if I was still there compared to ESPN.
Did you say dog stand? Is that the word you
Dog stand, dogging him.
Yeah,
dog stand. Okay, I thought there was some phrase that I missed out being an old.
I'm ready to start using dog stand for something.
Maybe it'll come into
bad.
Yeah, this guy's running a real dog stand.
Let's get the merch to drop.
Yeah, it's a good play.
Where's Chairman Kurt? He's in charge of that stuff, isn't he?
He's
loyal listener, Tyler Fulgham. And here it is, a great discussion, college football playoff related. And then Ray King just sends in a picture of Mark McGuire naked. And I'm like, here we are,
come on, Ray.
trying to do some regular programming. Tyler, great to have you on the show. And thanks for hopping on.
Yeah, pinnacle of my career to be mentioned in the same breath as Mark McGuire naked.
Would you like us to forward you the picture?
Sure. Jackson's got my number now, I guess. Forward it to me.
I'll take care of that for you, Tyler.
I'll post it for Ray King. I'll try and get it on the 2 p.m. Sports Center today.
Now we're talking. See if you can work that into the network coverage today. All right, Tyler Fulgham, pride of Lafayette and the University of Missouri. We've got a lot of Mizzou going around here. Well, there it is. Tim was out. Here's the deal. Every time Tim is out, we will get a Mizzou alum.
That's right.
Is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay, let's see tomorrow. Joe Theismann, no. Joe Buck, no. Producer Joey Vitale, no.
Sheryl Crow.
Gabe DeArmond.
Gabe DeArmond. There.
Oh,
done.
Gabe,
done.
Yes.
Oh, that's why Jackson's the best. We'll sort through the text. We'll get to the links. The Billikens losing to Wofford. We'll also get a little... is Timmy... Timmy's still there somewhere, isn't he, Jackson?
Yes, he is.
Well, where is he?
You're asking where he is, Doug?
Play.
Well, the weather is getting colder, but that doesn't mean your golf game has to suffer. Keep your golf game strong through the winter with Family Golf. Family Golf has a simulator league you can play on Monday or Tuesday with tee times at 5 and 7 p.m. with 3 separate sessions, and it goes through the month of March. New courses and formats each week with weekly prizes and skins game. Go to familygolfonline.com for more information or to sign up. Family Golf and Learning Center is a premier golfing facility for all abilities and ages. Provides a friendly and encouraging practice experience for the individual or the family. And it provides an opportunity to learn, practice, and play your best golf. It's Family Golf, and even when the weather is cold, you can practice and play inside. Just go online at familygolfonline.com.
Oh, and we're going to a break off. I thought that would lead us right. Doug, I thought that was going to lead us right into a break. I already got called a rookie in this position by going to Big Al right before a break, which is true.
That's all right.
It's fine.
Sometimes the only way to learn is to do.
Only way to learn.
Who would care that we did that, or that you did that, or that anyone did that?
Well, the textures are
care.
I say, Doug, pish and posh.
There you go.
Pish,
right
posh, Robert Thomas coming up at 8:15. Blues Lightning tonight. Coverage. I'm going to do it, Jackson. Coverage starts at 5. That should be true because they play at 6. It is the Morning After on 101 ESPN, brought to you by Brown and Crouppen. 101 ESPN, the morning after, with you on a Thursday. A lot of people wondering if they could just help Tim out. Can they stop by, drop something off? Jackson almost gave out his home address earlier when he starts his car remotely.
I don't believe you could bring him pharmaceuticals legally.
I made him some soup.
Chicken soup, probably.
I took some soup.
Did you actually?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm not ruling it out.
See if you need any help with the kids. Just anything I can do to help the family.
Lemming.
We do peruse the text line. In fact, somebody pointed out that Coach Drink called into the New Heights podcast. That's the Kelsey brothers. And then talked about a running back that they landed. I have many questions, including why did Drink call into the New Heights? Was he a scheduled guest, I would assume?
I believe that both Jason and Travis went to Cleveland Heights High School, and Missouri just signed a running back from Cleveland Heights High School.
So he was asked to call in, do you think?
No,
or he
not
actually
necessarily.
just called in on his own? So he might be on hold right now, Eli Drinkwitz.
I don't think that's the case, but he is, he keeps his ear to the streets.
So this is Coach Drink phoning in to the Heights podcast with the Kelsey brothers.
We're going to answer some not dumb questions that came into the Heights hotline. All right, now.
Hey, Travis. Hey, Jason. This is Coach Drinkwitz in the University of Missouri.
What's up, Coach?
I have a question for both of you.
Pick up the energy.
What is your favorite post-game meal?
Post-game meal?
Andy's frozen custard. Could be Browns. Could be KFC.
How about it, baby?
Thank you very much. And Coach Chiefs and the Missouri Tigers.
Love it, Coach.
MIZZOU. Missouri Tigers. We actually got a Cleveland Heights Tiger that just signed his letter of intent to go to
There we go, boys.
University of Missouri. Shout out to Marquise Davis, running back out of Cleveland Heights. I'm sure he'll play running back there. He's one of the best players in the state of Ohio this year. I'm pretty sure I saw a stat line that had him rushing like 24 rushes for 400 yards and 8 touchdowns in one game.
Gosh, one game? There's no way.
Dude, I swear to God.
There's no chance.
Dude's a fucking absolute beast. Yeah, shout out to Mizzou, baby. Over there in Columbia, Missouri.
There it is.
Okay.
Do we think that was really Drink?
Yeah, that sounded like Drink.
So, and they just, that was the extent of it? He just called in and said that? Dropped a question for him and then moved on?
Well, I'm sure that
they didn't engage him at all, or they recorded?
I think given Travis playing, a couple hundred, how far is KC from Columbia?
Maybe
150 miles.
Yeah,
in that ballpark. A lot of Chiefs fans who are also Missouri
he
fans.
Seemed to have some good Mizzou knowledge. Right?
Who, Travis?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean...
No, not Coach Drinkwitz. I assume he would.
Sure, but I think knowing that there's a large portion of the fan base who loves the Chiefs, probably listen to that like crazy. I think the synergy
Can you play
is there.
that again? I don't think that was him.
I would have thought he'd come in with a little bit more energy.
I didn't think it was him.
You don't?
You don't think it was him?
I mean, that's the first time I'm hearing it, and just as I was hearing the end of it, I'm like, that doesn't sound like him to me.
I don't think it was really him.
Okay, I'll play it again here. Let me find where he's...
If we could hear it again, it'd be wonderful.
This is supposedly.
Coach. I have a question for both of you. What is your favorite post-game meal?
Post-game meal?
Andy's frozen custard. Could be Browns. Could be KFC.
How about it, baby?
Thank you very much. And Coach Chiefs and the Missouri Tigers.
I don't think it's him.
That's not Drinkwitz.
I don't know.
I think if it was, wouldn't they say, "Hey, Coach, how you doing?"
No, because it's a voicemail.
So
it's
it is
not,
all voicemail.
It's not.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not.
It wasn't live.
No, it's not an actual call-in. I'm trying to see if he quote tweeted.
Well, I
something.
searched Twitter for anything that said Drinkwitz New Heights, and there's no sources that are legitimate showing. It's just a couple little clips of people saying that he called in.
Fact Sports have a
Starcade Media is what I'm seeing.
Okay, hey, listen.
Was Brian Dable fired, Jackie?
The text line decide. Did you think that was Coach Drinkwitz?
1,000% saying no.
Really?
And almost all of them are pointing out, what does Drink always say at the
M-I-Z.
end? M-I-Z.
Yeah.
But when you're leaving a recording, do you still do M-I-Z?
I would think.
You do it to a sideline reporter.
That did surprise me.
But if you're faking a phone call, is that what you say? What's your favorite meal? Okay, goodbye.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think
Hey guys, Coach Drink here in Columbia. Sound a little more like Nick Saban. Just didn't really have too much excitement. And he asked them, the equivalent of asking them their favorite fries. He said, "What's your favorite post-game meal?"
Have we been catfished with this little bit of audio?
I mean, either way, they talked about Missouri.
Do they think it was Coach Drink?
It didn't seem like they thought that was not Coach. But in fairness to them, I don't think they hear Coach Drinkwitz Drinkwitz talk nearly as much as we do.
No.
Well, Travis, like you said, he's over in Kansas City, probably consuming a lot of Missouri Tigers coverage.
Okay. Probably none, if I had to guess.
Probably none.
But
so,
either way,
I don't know. So we think that was not Coach Drink calling in, but they had the knowledge of the Cleveland Heights running back to kind of tie it all together.
Had that not been the case where that guy signed his letter of intent to come to Missouri, I would agree that I would be also very skeptical that was actually Drink. But because of that correlation, I think that there could be a situation where that was Coach Drink.
I think it probably was.
Thank you,
I think it probably was.
You think it was him?
I think so.
Wow.
And because it was on a recorded line, he didn't have his usual energy.
Yeah, people sound different over the phone, too. Like, it doesn't always sound the same.
Yeah, it could have been his way of getting these guys to talk about Missouri football a little bit. I think it probably was.
So do I text
I was gonna
the
say.
SID at Mizzou and say, hey, kind of a dumb question. Did Coach Drink call into the Heights podcast?
And next year when you're trying to get someone on, you could...
Chuck and I were doing the show on the Midday Grind, rest in peace, and... somebody brought up Flag Day. Mike Claiborne always is June 14th.
That's when the season starts.
Right. No, that's when you determine whether your team's legit or not. You've been given 2.5 months to decide. We'll see you around Flag Day. We'll see what's going on around Flag Day. And we were discussing it with Chris Gardner and whether or not it was an actual metric for teams. Did they consider it? Mm-hmm. So I said, let me text Mozeliak. And I said, hey, Mo, do you guys consider June 14th? Is it any sort of barometer at all for how good the team will be? You know, Claibs is Flag Day. And he wrote back and said, we do not, sort of busy right now. It's the MLB draft. It was the first round. It was when they would do it during the day. It was the MLB draft taking place.
At least he returned the text. I'm surprised he even acknowledged it.
But I think it was his way of saying, let's stop. No more.
Right.
That's the end of this exchange.
Similar to Arenado saying, I want to wait till later in the offseason.
Yes.
I'm really busy right now is saying, hey, beat it. You know, that's enough of this.
He was telling you, I'm not your fraternity brother from college. Don't text me with every thought you ever have.
So the question is, should I text the Mizzou powers that be to ask if it was Coach Drink?
I would just think, if you're going to make a phony phone call, you're going to try to make a bigger splash than that.
Well, there's a lot of people out there, Doug, that struggle with knowing what's funny.
But if you called the Heights podcast and wanted to kind of have some fun with them, wouldn't you? Hey, guys, it's Nick Saban. Just want, you're saying a higher profile because that's a nationally listened to show, right?
It would just
hey,
be
guys, Jim Nantz. How do you like your toast? I like mine burnt.
As much as, like Missouri football is huge to a lot of people in this area, that's a national podcast. It'd be kind of weird for someone to fake Coach Drinkwitz. I don't know.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. If you're going to do a bit,
why not
call in? You would do, hey, it's Deion Sanders, it's Coach Prime,
it's Belichick, something like that. That to me seems a little odd. But that's something I think Drink would do. He's on social media all the time.
Somebody said it fits his brand.
Yeah,
and I agree. It's the kind of thing he would do just to have some fun. But I think if it really was him, he would have made a reference to the running back. Y'all heard of that kid from Cleveland Heights we just got, right?
Yeah.
Because that's their thing.
Yeah. Who knows? But it is the first one they went to.
Instead of talking about KFC.
I did like that. I did. I thought it was a nice shout to us.
All right, I'll see what we can find out. We're going to dig in on this. In the meantime, it's Jimmy's back. Okay, that's good.
James Carlton's online at carltoninsurance.net. He is my insurance agent. He has been for more than 5 years, and I recommend him wholeheartedly to our audience. You go online at carltoninsurance.net or call 314-961-4800. That's James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency with 400 5-star reviews when you Google them at Carlton State Farm Insurance. They're located in Webster Groves, and during business hours, you call that number of 314-961-4800, and you are talking to somebody in the office in St. Louis, and you can count on it because you're taking care of insuring your home, your auto, and your life for your family. You need somebody who can get back to you or answer your call any time of the day. That's what they do at James Carlton, 314-961-4800, or go online at carltoninsurance.net.
Major SEC coaches just leaving voicemails for random podcasts without being asked to be a guest is normal, right? Question mark. Wake up, Peter Pan.
Oh, God.
I don't know. I don't see a reason why someone would fake.
He is a person. He is a person?
He is a person, yes.
He is a person. I've established Coach Drink is a person. He's the kind of coach who might do that. I would say Lane Kiffin is also in that camp. That might do something.
I could see Lane Train, but I think Drink more than anybody would be.
But the number one thing is it just didn't sound like him. That's the number one thing.
It didn't not sound like him.
No, I'm saying it did not sound like him.
And I'm saying it did not sound like him.
Did not?
For heaven's sakes.
All right, well, Doug, you know what we'll do? We'll get to the bottom of it.
Should we ask Robert Thomas?
Let's see if we'll have an AI-driven Robert Thomas when we come back, and we'll pretend it's the Blues Star Center. And time for our weekly visit with the Blues center, Robert Thomas, checking in from Florida. Blues have back-to-back road games in the Sunshine State. They've got the Tampa Bay Lightning tonight. You'll hear it here on 101 ESPN, 6 o'clock puck drop. Also Friday night against the defending Stanley Cup champions, the Florida Panthers. Robert, welcome to the show. How is life in Florida? Probably a tad bit warmer than here. In theory.
I don't think he's there.
Doug, I think it's warmer. I'm just going to assume, is Coach Drink on the line?
Hello, Robert?
I don't think he's there.
Wow.
Oh. Well, I'll look up the weather in Tampa.
I think he wanted to ask favorite post-game, whether it was Andy's or KFC.
66 degrees in Tampa right now.
Yes,
So
okay.
Your assumption was correct.
And the texters did correct Jackson earlier. I didn't want to mess with it, but he was saying down there on the southeast side of Florida. You were referencing their stay in Miami, but since they're in Tampa, it's on the western side.
Right.
Somebody was concerned about that.
My apologies. Let's try Robert. Hello, Robert.
Let's start that all over again. Robert, welcome to the show.
I don't think he's there at all.
You've been
think
teaching.
he's there at all.
Let me just tell you, Jackson, you have been teaching KG the board. Is it possible that you push something while instructing KG?
Yeah.
It's always impressive to the all-star player, too, when he's on hold, Doug, and we can't push the right lever.
He can probably hear us, and he's talking, and, you know. Oh, brother, boy, this
Maybe
is
he
real.
just wanted to hear the show. He just wanted to take it in.
That's entirely possible.
Well, we hope to be joined by Robert Thomas. We will be joined, in theory, by Bernie Federko in the next hour. The Blues do have a game in Tampa tonight. Yeah. John Cooper, longest tenured NHL coach. Doug, what year did he start with the Lightning?
Can I have a hint?
More than 10 years ago.
That would have been about 2011.
2013. Former coach of the St. Louis Bandits.
Yeah.
Out there at that Hardee's Ice Complex.
I remember that.
Kelly Chase was an owner. John Cooper was the coach, and Pat Maroon was on the squad. Isn't that unbelievable?
Well, it really is. I think Cooper's maybe considered the best coach in the league at this point, isn't he?
And Army even said what he wanted for Montgomery was to have the sort of stay that John Cooper has had in Tampa since 2013. Jared Bednar of Colorado, 2016. And then Rod Brindamore, former Blue, Doug. Rod Brindamore, 2018.
Who was just honored in North Carolina with like the Royal Oak Leaf Cluster pine tree, something or other by the governor, I think.
But if you look at the longest tenured coaches in our world, Robert Thomas. I didn't know, Jackson. The third time is a charm?
Hello, Robert?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, okay, he's here now. All right, nice going.
We just...
Man, I thought you guys were pranking me, and that I was just like, you guys are just keep going while I was talking.
So you could hear us?
So you could hear us, and you were actually answering questions, and we just couldn't hear you.
Goodness gracious.
No, he's going again. Oh, no.
He's messing with me?
Oh, there he is. Now he's back.
Wow. Are you more impressed at this operation now, Robert?
No, I thought this was Jackson getting back at me for last week. So
no, that's my apologies.
We did not give you a morning text. Can you still score a goal 9 seconds in? Because we'd like to kind of keep that thing going.
Yeah, I'll try tonight. Okay.
So you guys have back-to-back on the road. It's Tampa Bay, obviously a good franchise, followed by the Panthers. And you got to take it one game at a time, Robert. I don't know if you've ever been told that, but let's start with the Lightning. What about the matchup tonight?
Yeah, going to be a good test. Obviously, they're a team that can score a lot of goals. They got a great goaltender. Been a good team for a long time, so it's going to be a really big challenge for us. And we're really excited for that. We're looking forward to these big tests, especially on the road, and something that we take a lot of pride in. So I'm excited for our team tonight.
Is there a theme to your road success with Monty? It's 5-1-1. It's only one loss in regulation in the 7 games. And I know we had the long Canadian trip. We talked about the team bonding, but what makes for a good road team?
Yeah, it's always a challenge on the road. You obviously don't get the matchups, the last matchup, and you're going into the other team's rink where it's kind of fun silencing the crowd. It's always fun when you're able to do it, and obviously we would really like to have a better home record, and that's really important for us, and that's going to change the rest of the season. But a win's a win, and we're excited to try and get another one tonight.
There's obviously still a lot of hockey to be played. You haven't hit the halfway point yet. But is it starting to get to the point where guys are thinking, we better pick it up here, or we're going to fall a little far behind?
Yeah, our division's really strong, and we got a lot of division games kind of in the second half of the season, so we know we can make up some ground there. But we're looking to try and string together a bunch of wins, and that's something that's becoming more and more urgent.
Monty was talking about getting the crowd involved, and he said, as long as I've been around, St. Louis always had a great crowd, and he said, it's our job to get them going. There were some hits in the first period. I just think if you don't score a goal in a first period or even in a second period, isn't that the number one thing? How do you get a crowd going without scoring goals? To me, that's the number one thing that gets everybody off their feet.
Yeah, it's hard to score goals. But no, there's different things. I think, physical, I think, our fans are smart. They can tell when, we're playing well, even if it's just a long shift in the O zone where you hem them in and they're really tired. You can hear our fans getting loud and getting excited about that. And I think things like that where, you can feel the momentum that the team's created. I think our fans are smart enough to know that, and it doesn't always have to be a goal, but if stuff like that's going on throughout the game, I'm sure they'll be excited and know that there's a good chance we're going to win the game.
When you were a fan as a kid and got to go to an NHL game, were you a screamer? Did you stand up and yell and scream, or were you pretty quiet?
I would say I was quiet for sure.
Yeah. And the Maple Leafs were your team?
Yeah, I always loved the Maple Leafs, Senators. Those are the two I watched.
And then on Friday night, you're going to be going against Matthew Tkachuk, your former housemate. You told us that you do chirp a little bit when it's guys like Brady, Matthew. Will you enjoy that, being out there, even though that's a great team and he's a great talent? Tell me a little bit about facing off with Matthew.
Yeah, obviously that's going to be a tough one on a back-to-back. And they're a team that obviously won last year and are playing really well again this year. So, yeah, it's always fun playing against your friends. I feel like you always got a little bit more of a challenge to show up when you're playing great friends. And, yeah, it's always fun. They're always good games. Always some chirps and, he tells his teammates some things and I do the same. So it's always good.
So they've got material, you're saying, going into it.
Man, sometimes I get just roasted in some of these games.
Do they hurt your feelings?
No, never. But it's still funny. I'm like, where the heck did you get that from? And sometimes it's like just other teams where I know where they get it from, but I'm like just laughing. It's funny.
Is there anything off limits though? I would hope like family members are off limits.
Yeah, it's not that gutless.
Okay, it's not that gutless. Okay.
But they still might do some background research and deep cuts into your past.
Yeah, there's a general area where you can go to, and that's where it usually is.
A general theme there. You do get to hang in Miami for a couple of nights. We decided that's payback for all the nights in Edmonton. So you guys will get a little bit of a respite down there before heading to Detroit. Maybe a little R&R down there, right? A little break before heading to Detroit. You got 3 games all on the road before the holiday break. We've talked a lot about it. It's been a rough stretch. Do you ever look at the schedule like for a week at a time, a week and a half? Do you kind of even know what's next?
Yeah, usually, kind of the next 2 weeks, especially when you've been on the road for so long, you're just itching for a week at home. I think that's what all of us are really thinking right now.
I met your buddy Jim Olive the other day, Doug. I met Robert. You've seen the commercials on TV, and you go to the website, autoloanpro.com. There's Robert Thomas right there, and he's one of Robert's golfing buddies. So now I feel a little more connected to Robert now. Not just the Tkachuk connection. Now we've got the show and Auto Loan Pro. So I told him I would mention you the next time you were on.
Yeah, man, great family, great person, and yeah, he's very, very lucky that he's able to help me out with some things, and yeah, what an awesome dude.
Do you like the photo shoots? Do you like putting the commercials together?
I do. I think it's fun. I love that he gets his kid and Sam's a part of it, and the last 2 times their whole team's been out there on the ice, and I think this one there's a clip of them all trying to body check me, so it's pretty fun. We have fun with it.
And you're still pretty young, but when these younger kids are in awe of seeing you, is that overwhelming, intimidating? Because I'm sure these young kids that are playing hockey, think it's the coolest thing in the world to be around you. What's that feeling like?
Yeah, it's always fun. I remember as a kid, I was on the ice with Tavares one time, or saw him in the rink, and I felt the same way. So, it's so much fun. Being able to go out there, we were playing, I think it was like 2v5 and stuff like that. So I always enjoy it, and I definitely don't take it easy on them. And I think it's great.
You ever run into fans that do annoy you?
Present company excluded.
Not producers, but fans, yes.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Like, what does a fan do that would annoy you?
Yeah, we'll leave it at that.
Oh, okay. All right.
Well, he's probably eating, having a nice meal.
Probably.
And they're like, what's going on with the power play, Tomer? Let's go here.
Or it's one thing to be chirped by a teammate or an opponent. It's another by a fan. Yeah.
We're going to let him roll. Robert Thomas, Blue Center. They've got a game tonight against the Tampa Bay Lightning, and then again Friday against the Florida Panthers. Robert, thanks for hopping on.
Yeah,
no worries. Jackson, figure out this phone thing for next week, all right?
Oh, boy,
Yeah,
you have
cool,
it.
I'm locked
buddy.
in. I'm locked
You
in.
deserve
Have
it.
it.
Thanks, Robert.
Jackie just got chirped. Nothing is off limits when it comes to Jackson.
That's my first. I don't think I've been chirped by a lot of hockey guys before. That's true, but certainly an active hockey NHL player. That's probably the first time I've been truly chirped. It feels good.
Was it a technical problem with the equipment, or was it just a horrible error on your part?
Possibly both.
Oh, was it?
You never know sometimes. I mean, we just had Tyler Folger on. I have no issues there. But that's the thing with technology. But you gotta keep grinding. You gotta keep working. And then we had Robert Thomas on. So, never. It's not how many times you get knocked down. It's how many times you get knocked down.
You wound up coming away with the puck from the corners.
Yes, I almost just said, I want to repeat that. I almost said, it's not how many times you get knocked down, it's how many times you get knocked up. I meant to say, get up.
I think he politely chastised me when he said, goals are hard to score.
I picked up on that.
Yes, I'm like, no, I understand that. But the coach was talking about getting the crowd into it, and I don't think there's any equivalent to that. But he's right. Goals are hard to score. The Blues right now near the bottom, 85 total goals. Doug, how many teams have less goals than your St. Louis Blues?
Oh, probably 4 or 5.
4. Exactly 4. The Red Wings, Blackhawks, Ducks, and Predators, the 4 lowest scoring teams, just ahead of the Blues. And if you like that run differential in baseball, that was always a Joe Strauss barometer for whether your team was good or not good. For example, the Winnipeg Jets are plus 56, maybe 36. And the Blues right now, goals for, goals against, they are minus 17. So those goals are hard to score. They need to score more, but I appreciate Robert Thomas chastising Jackson. It's probably time for some more from Timmy.
You can go looking for a house at JEFFLOTTMANN.com. Yeah, it's Jeff Lotman, and he's with Compass Realty. And we can recommend working with him for buying a home or selling a home. JEFFLOTTMANN.com. Yeah. If you're looking to buy, if you're looking to sell, go to jefflotman.com. He's with Compass Realty, and Compass Realty has Compass Concierge. And you say, well, what's Compass Concierge? And then I say, Compass Concierge allows you to take your home buying or selling experience to the next level. Whether you're preparing to sell or you want to enhance your new space, Compass Concierge has you covered. No upfront costs. Need fresh paint, new carpet, light renovations, home staging, Compass Concierge has you covered. Unlock exclusive benefits. Get your home market ready without upfront costs. Increase your home's value hassle-free. Ready to elevate your real estate experience? Contact Jeff Lotman today to learn how Compass Concierge can transform your home. Go to JEFFLOTTMANN.com.
Doug Gottlieb is a Division I basketball coach. He also hosts a radio show, which people are starting to wonder, is that a conflict? I have an alternate take.
Ooh.
An alternate take. I don't know if I'm a take-smith. Get the mittens out.
I'll put the mittens on right now just to be safe.
And we'll talk about a Billikens home loss to the Wofford Terriers. The Terriers. Yeah, it is kind of a cute little mascot.
I like that.
It's the morning after on 101 ESPN. Design Air Heating and Cooling is the email sponsor. Fire those off. That's read at about 10:45. Unfortunately, I always have a thing, so I missed the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Brown and Crouppen powering TMA. And back with you on the 101 app and the 101 studios. Might talk myself into a corner, guy.
Yeah, well, I think it's brought to you by Schaefer Door Company.
Brought to you by Schaefer Door Company. It is the morning after. Martin Kilcoyne, Doug Vaughn, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt manning the phones. We opened up with a Big Al call, so I can't say we don't take calls. We, of course, get a lot of text on the show. Robert Thomas was our previous guest. Somebody thinks Jackson was doing a bit by not putting him on the air, and they were all for it.
That was not the case.
It was Marsh's burner said, I think Jackson was doing a bit, and I thought it was pretty good.
I don't think it was a bit.
It was not a bit.
That would be an unpleasant bit to play.
Yeah, it wouldn't be very
the guy
nice.
on the other end.
Yeah, that's not very nice.
No.
He's kind enough to join us early in the morning. I'm always going to try to be as hospitable as possible.
I think after 2 times, if I were the athlete, I would hang up. I think that was, he was very patient.
Yeah, hockey guys, man. They're all like, they're down to earth, cool guys.
Danny
man.
Padre said he crapped his pants the first time he met Bob Thomas.
Who was the first athlete? When you guys were covering sports, who was the first athlete that truly starstruck
Where you actually crapped your pants? Doug,
maybe not.
You met
I
Doug
never lost maybe not
control of my balls.
Yeah, maybe not.
Not to that
soil
extent.
Soil your underpants. But who made you like that? Was like the first one. You're like, wow, I can't believe I'm in the same area. As
I
this
guess
person.
Muhammad Ali for me.
Yeah, that's a pretty good one right there. Yeah.
I think in person, the most intimidated I ever was Paul Newman. And he was the car owner for Michael Andretti, and this is 97, 98. Michael Andretti wins the race over at Gateway, and some PR person comes running around and says, Mr. Newman's available, and we're like,
so he's like in his late 70s? Late 70s that time?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
And he had sunglasses on.
Cool as ever.
Yeah, and then comes over, and we're in a scrum. Probably Dan Issa and Steve Gottsagen and Frank Cusimano or Malcolm Briggs. We all got our mics just in there. And Michael Andretti had lost or hadn't won in a long time. And I said something stupid like, well, they said he wouldn't win again or something generic. And he was kind of looking down the whole time. And then he looked up and said, who are they? I'm sorry? He said, who are they? And I said, people. Because when you would reference, well, they said he couldn't do it. They said, like the critics, they. And he called me out, and I came pretty close to crapping my pants at that point because I was like, "It's Paul Newman."
Was he pleasant at least?
Yeah,
or just
he was
business.
He was totally fine. I don't remember in great detail. I just know that he didn't appreciate the question, and I kind of went. Joe Torre got mad. I asked a question about Manny Ramirez. I think something had just come out about him with potential steroids or something, and then the Dodgers were at Busch Stadium. And it was in the scrum with Torre, and he kind of mean-mugged the answer and kind of stared me down.
Oh, really?
And I know he was considered a very pleasant, polite guy.
Oh, he was, yeah.
And I don't think he remembers because I've interviewed him since he's come back in his Red Jacket days. He has the great line every year at opening day. He says, as a player, they traded me. As a manager, they fired me, yet they keep inviting me back. Doug Gottlieb is a radio show host, Doug, who also coaches a basketball team. You did that with Crestwood, right? With your
I
squad.
did indeed. Probably a little higher level than what Gottlieb
well, the stakes were higher.
So Doug Gottlieb takes the job at Green Bay. It used to be UW Green Bay. Dick Bennett, great coach, was there for a while. They had a little bit of success. Tony Bennett played there. But now Green Bay is struggling. They've lost 8 in a row. Doug Gottlieb is the coach. Got into a Twitter war with Adam Schefter the other day about NIL money available at Sacramento State. Seemed like something maybe Gottlieb could stay out of.
Which he kind of amended a little bit on his radio show after the fact.
Okay, so now he loses his 8th in a row, and he loses to Michigan Tech, which is a great. I think it's a great hockey school.
Blue blood.
D2.
D2. And he had said something last week about we're not going to have nobody you come in here and beat us. But I think he was referencing like their schedule's tough is what he was saying last week. But the nobody you line sort of stood out in addition to the war with Adam Schefter, all the while hosting a radio show and losing basketball games.
Yeah, here's him talking about Michigan Tech prior to the game.
Tiers on who to schedule, like nobody. And part of the reason I want to play better teams is like it's 2 degrees outside, snowing. Like I don't really like the idea of nobody you coming in here and like I always thought like what do we learn playing a game where we win by 20, but there's a methodology to it.
A few moments later.
12 with a 3 ball, but after that, all Michigan Tech. They chipped away, and in the final minute, Ashwaubenon grad Marcus Tomashik putting the Huskies in front. He led all scorers with 30, and they knock off Green Bay 72-70.
That stings.
Looking at some of the video from that game, Michigan Tech looked like a team full of future accountants.
Was the nobody you that was that quote from last night, or
No, that was
the previous?
That was prior to the game.
And he was saying it's 2 degrees out. Was he saying basically, I need to give you a reason to go to the game?
Kind of.
I didn't quite follow, other than I think that's what he's saying.
Kind of saying like
give you a reason to show up. It's 2 degrees out. It's snowing, but we're playing a great opponent. Come on down.
That's what you took from that? I thought he was saying like, what do we gain from playing a team that we're going to win by 20 against? That's how I took it.
Right, and you're not going to show up to play a lesser opponent.
Right, and what did the
because
team
it's 2
do?
degrees and snowing.
Right.
I'm saying he was saying we don't want to play nobody you, and I'm wondering did he inherit this schedule?
Right.
So in advance of playing this game, is he saying like let's play some bigger opponents?
Yes, that's what I took from it. Yeah.
And then he goes and plays nobody you and loses. I think there's audio though, and you may not have it right now, but where he got asked about doing his radio show. This is post game from last night, and where they said basically, should you be doing the show? Because he is hosting a daily radio show while also coach.
How long does that last?
Is he hedging his bets? He's on Fox Sports Radio during the day.
Oh, still doing. Oh, so he's still making probably as much money there. As he's doing coaching.
He's hedging his bets that the basketball thing may not work out. Now, here's my alternate take. This is not a Stephen A. However, if you are Green Bay, you probably don't mind the fact that he's got a national profile, right? That the show kind of increases it. Mm-hmm. And even this, even though it's ugly, I'm not a big Doug Gottlieb fan. He's very annoying. Very annoying. Everything he does annoys me. But this does get Green Bay a little more attention, maybe albeit negative. But I think the radio show, if you're the AD, you're like, do you really need to do that show? We've got a team over here that's struggling. But it does gain a little more cachet, perhaps, with some.
And I'm trying to recollect from my memory here, but I'm pretty sure the AD was like really liked that element.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I think that's what they're probably going for.
They liked the element that he was also going to be doing radio and doing this. He did not go on his radio show yesterday.
Because it was game day? Or?
Yeah. I think he had played earlier in the day. He does afternoons, and I think he had played earlier in the day.
It'd be really hard if he was doing the show like pregame. Oh, I got to run. We got pregame meal, shoot around.
That's the thing is like, I don't like from a radio standpoint, like I'm sure like they don't care. Like, yeah, as long as you're here and do the show. And
they probably love it too.
Right. But like for the university, I'd be like, it's hard to coach Division I basketball. It's really hard to coach Division I basketball, and it takes up a lot of time. Not to mention the recruiting element of it.
I'm sure he's got a couple of assistants.
Yeah,
and they weigh the two and decide that just his profile is probably worth it.
Right.
Before you guys are so quick to bash Michigan Tech, just remember that they did win a dogfight with Maryville earlier in the year.
Oh,
they clipped Maryville.
Well, they's on scholarship too.
Yeah. Was it a dog stand or was it a dog fight?
I run a dog stand.
Maybe the chairman. I don't like to hand out assignments.
Give it to me.
Can we find audio from last night? Because I think somebody asked him if he was being pulled in too many directions, like doing the radio show.
I see he's got a quote here saying, "I'm as dedicated to this job as any human being has ever been."
Yes. That's what I'm saying. He doubled down on how dedicated he is.
Mount Rushmore of dedicated people.
And he also said, I tend to tick people off.
Yeah, I did see that. He has a tendency and the innate ability to tick people off. And I guess that's the DNA of the takesmith. If you're going to be a takesmith, you kind of have to be able to annoy people a little bit.
Remember when Gottlieb stole his teammates' credit cards and got arrested? I think that was at Notre Dame before he transferred. And
that would be a big problem.
20 plus years ago, but it keeps coming up. The next exact text coming in, maybe you could go back to stealing credit cards if this coaching thing doesn't work out. Like, it'll never go away. Mike Leake, remember, got caught shoplifting while pitching for the Cincinnati Reds, and the Cardinals signed him, and God bless the commish, Rick Hummel. He asked him about it.
Oh, yeah.
What was the thing about the shirt you took at the one time? Like, he actually asked him at the press. It was so uncomfortable.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Well, Gottlieb is not a really young guy. 20 years ago, he'd still been an adult. If he's
maybe it was 30.
Age.
Well, maybe it was 30. I don't know.
Yeah.
When he was in college, he played at Notre Dame. And then stole his roommate's credit cards. Well, it happened.
That's rough.
Timmy, take whatever you need. It's fine.
That's breaking into his bank account. That's rough.
And then he ended up at Oklahoma State, which is why he's buddies with Matt Holliday. I think Gottlieb actually broke like a Matt Holliday story about coaching or something in the last couple of years. So the alternate take, Doug, is that it's good for the team, even though they've lost 8 in a row.
I think what it proves that people that can handle these important jobs that we have could also coach college basketball.
Right.
At the same time, or any other sport you want to mention.
Right. Like you could manage the Cardinals.
We could do this job and then go to Busch Stadium and manage the Redbirds.
What number would you pick as manager? You don't want to take a a good number, you know.
Really low one.
Yeah,
whatever the lowest that's
Four
available.
Fox. Just put four Fox
Yeah,
in
I
the
think you
back.
should take Yadi's number.
4?
I think
With
that'll
a
play
picture
well.
of a fox.
Put a little picture.
00.
Well,
so it's one of two things. Either the radio job, doing this is so easy. You can have that as a side hustle and go coach your team.
Doesn't really
or coaching is so easy.
Right.
You could juggle both.
Yeah.
You know, Josh Schertz juggles both.
I think if you got to a big program where you had a bunch of highly qualified assistants, you could do both. At Green Bay, where there's probably not an enormous staff, it's probably pretty tough.
Right, but if you're at a big school and you're giving a guy probably so much money to coach the team, you wouldn't be like, "Where's coach?" And he's like, "Oh, sorry, he's in segment 3." You know, like that wouldn't feel great.
But it's just a couple hours, right? I'm sure most coaches have a couple of hours to themselves every day.
Right, yeah, I would think so. But also there's time of prep and this, that, and the other, and even travel. I don't know.
The Billikens did lose. Our co-host lost last night. The Billikens lost to Wofford at home. They went 20 of 35 from the stripe. I think the number one thing is, and I know their roster is thin right now.
Yeah, very much so.
Kellen Thames, who was a key contributor, he's having this cramping issue, so he didn't play. You've got Larry Hughes, who left the program. That Dotzler was going to be the point guard. He's out for the year. So there are a lot of injuries, defections, things like that. But it's still hard for me to justify losing at home to Wofford because your starting five is still pretty legit. I know you're lean. Your depth is a challenge, but they just don't defend.
And 20 for 35 from the stripe. They've had issues with free throw shooting before.
Historically.
It's just you can't. That's like, you know, and I know, I'm not calling out Schertz or any of the players. They all know it too. Like, you can't, if you go to the line 35 times in a basketball game, you should most likely win the basketball game.
You guys know how big Wofford is?
No.
Any guesses on the size?
South Carolina.
It is in South Carolina.
It's a private school.
It's
I bet it's
private
small.
liberal arts college.
Like 3,000 people.
I'll go 6,000.
1,800.
Okay. Wow. That's like a big high school.
I mean, what's Rockhurst in Kansas City? Probably about 1,800.
Probably. It was founded in 1854.
Who's the most famous Wofford alum?
Oh, well, we'll see if we can find that. We should put the show on pause for that.
I think it's good stuff.
This is good. I thought you looked at me like, take a break, and he's like, no, this is good stuff.
Oh, we can't leave that little leg out there.
We did a deep dive
Fisher
on
DeBerry went there. Remember him?
Oh, is he BYU
football coach? I think so.
God, I don't know why I would know that. Fisher DeBerry, maybe in the 80s,
Nate
70s,
Wood,
80s.
Jerry Richardson.
Oh, somebody texted in that they're the Fighting Jerry Richardsons, the former Panthers owner, Carolina Panthers, who was hell-bent on the Rams staying in St. Louis.
Right.
Somebody told me, a league executive said, if they pull this off and the Rams stay, you guys need to put a statue of Jerry Richardson out there by the Mississippi River. Of course, then he left the Panthers in disgrace a couple of years later. So. But, boy, we had him for a minute.
Yeah, we were almost there.
I don't know. I think he just hated the idea of L.A., how he thought it was a waste to put a team in L.A. He was like hell-bent on St. Louis keeping their team.
Yeah.
God bless Jerry Richardson and his Fighting Wofford Terriers. Oh, we still got to get to the links. We want to explain to Doug what throning is. We'll do all of that. Coming up, it's 101 ESPN. Hey, you heard Robert Thomas and I talking about it. It's AutoLoanPro.com. It's a great place to go if you're looking for a car and life has put you in some bad circumstances. Instead of just selling you a car, the Auto Loan Pro is going to help you get your life and your credit back on track. There's even a playbook on the website. You click AutoLoanPro.com. You'll see Robert Thomas on there. Then you see the playbook. Download that because it's going to help you understand finances better. In addition to getting a car, little to no money down, going to work to get you the best rate they can anyone could sell you a car. It takes a pro to do it right. Making a large purchase with finance can be complicated. Make sure you follow the playbook. Just go to autoloanpro.com. If you're in the market for a vehicle, you're also going to learn about the credit industry, how that works. So it's all sort of connected. And then every time you buy a car, you go back to autoloanpro.com and get a bigger car the next time. Then you can get a bigger car the next time. Auto Loan Pro works with over 50 lenders helping you get the very best financing available. Financing a car, there's only one thing to know. Choose the pro, the Auto Loan Pro. Look for Robert Thomas right there at autoloanpro.com.
This is Action Jackson with a SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. No NBA games last night, but I'm still going to give you an injury update. Luka Doncic is out for the next game against the Clippers for the Mavericks. He has a heel injury, and the backup center for the Hawks, Okongwu, is out at least 4 games with a knee injury. That's another SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
Just doing a quick text line audit for you guys.
Love that.
Manute Bowl eligible says the debacle. He referred to it as the debacle, I believe, when we couldn't get Robert Thomas on the air. I'll blame this debacle for any bad Blues performance tonight. alternate take, it'll be the key to victory. He was challenged early in the morning with a phone call, much like an Andy Murray note under the door. I love the visual of Jamie Rivers shoving it back.
You think he did it quietly
and then he got cut a week later. The head coach of an NHL team would slip little notes under there. Kind of talk like RFK Jr.
A little bit.
You guys could have asked Bob Big Walt favorite post-game meal. Somebody did point out you had the bad drink audio followed by that.
What do you mean bad drink audio? What was bad about that audio?
Well, the theory that we proposed that it was him and that it may not have been. I'm going to get to the bottom of that.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen conclusive evidence to say the call in the field was drink, and I haven't seen irrefutable evidence to overturn the call.
From the 314, first time ever texting according to their printed text history.
Nice.
Love the update. Jackson is the best.
Thank you.
That's all it says. Love the update. And it was about a backup center, Doug, in the NBA.
Well, that's half of it. They had the other half was about Luka Doncic. You know, that's a big thing. Mavs star player out.
Does the sponsor require or request you to say Soliga?
Yes.
They also want you to go up high with heating and cooling.
Correct.
You're supposed to go heating and cooling.
Yeah.
Huh. Well, you do it well.
Thanks. I appreciate that. Yeah, I try to bring the heat whenever I can.
I just wondered if that was part of the deal. Clearly it is.
The KFC bit from Drinkwitz was a screaming tell. You guys are so stupid. That's from Brian Henson. Called us stupid.
Who's stupid?
All of us.
Watch it, Henson.
There was a segment on ESPN this morning, Doug. The graphic goes across the screen, and it's bold lettering. It says, pay attention. And then they go to some topic.
Oh, I don't mind that.
I think we need the audio equivalent of pay attention.
We got our friend. This is Chairman Kerr. Is this the Pestis from Festus?
No, I think that's caller Steve. Maybe
is this Chris?
Chris is the belly button guy.
Well, who is? Why don't we just put him on the line?
Maybe this is John. I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Hell, I don't know.
Hello, caller.
Hello. Yes.
Hello.
How you doing?
Is this Steve?
Have you got an update yet on the Chiefs injuries?
Chiefs injuries.
Is this Coach Drink?
I know they have a few people hurt.
Mahomes,
that's about all we've got.
Practice, Doug. 2 days in a row. Mahomes is out there. They said he looks like he'll be good to go Saturday at Arrowhead. I'm sorry. Was your name Chris?
No, I'm John.
John.
That's
Thank you, John.
Okay.
Thank you, John.
The Bears sure laid an egg Sunday, didn't they?
Yeah, they did. Been a rough year for them. I think the Chiefs would probably get healthy here before the playoffs.
I kind of like the team, but man, after that game over there, I said, holy cow, they're playing a high school team.
Yeah.
Could beat them, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, all right. We'll look into it. We'll try to get you a better.
I appreciate it. Hey, I'll talk to you again. You guys have a great holiday.
Well, no, John, what do you got going for the holiday? Maybe Jackson and I'll swing by. We got a little picket party first on Saturday. What do you got going this weekend?
Well, I got a little bourbon party going over here.
Bourbon?
Bourbon party?
You a big bourbon drinker? All right, that's it.
He left.
Okay.
Okay, now I know I'm going to text the Mizzou people to get clarification. Can I ask the panel, is John real?
You know what I picked up on the voice a little bit, and this might be a deep cut, a Dennis Miller deep cut? Hunter S. Thompson.
Yeah?
A little bit of Hunter S. Thompson.
Yeah.
That's what I felt there.
Fear and Loathing in Jeffco? Is that what that was?
Title of the segment.
Yeah.
Robert Thomas and
you
Fear and
talk to him
Loathing.
the most. Is John kind of doing a thing?
I don't believe so.
No, I think they're real.
My instinct is saying he's a true one.
They're real. Yeah.
He's a
like
true
I said,
one?
he and I talk privately more often than I'd care to admit. But
away from the station?
And now
more than I care to admit.
I've gotten to the point where I just cut him off and say, hold on, let me ask the boys. Because I didn't have a Chiefs update for him. Doug, I figured you would.
I didn't have it handy, but I could make one up.
Well, is there any bigger update than Patrick Mahomes? I think that's number one.
That's all I would be concerned with. Are you guys looking forward to NFL being on Christmas? Or is it
it's on Netflix that day?
Yes,
is that right?
Yes.
I don't say that I'm looking forward to it. If it's on, I'll probably watch.
Oh, passionate take.
Yeah. How else are you supposed to look at it?
Has Netflix had a sporting event since the Tyson fight? Has there been a?
No, they have had some major issues with live streaming stuff.
And putting Robert Thomas on the air, Netflix had a problem with that.
Yeah, I mean, if I can't get Robert Thomas on the air, how are they supposed to put an NFL game on there? We do have somebody who is very passionate about the NFL on Christmas. You guys are a friend of the show, Mad Dog Russo. He got a little hot and bothered about the NFL being on Christmas.
Okay.
And I thought you guys would enjoy it.
That's a disaster. And did you see Week 17? Did you see Week 17? I mean, Week 17, they got to put, first off, they put the 2 games on Christmas, so it's at Netflix. As we discussed forever, who the hell can watch an NFL game on Christmas Day at 1 o'clock in the afternoon? I can't, and I hate Christmas, but I can't. 1 o'clock on Christmas Day, it's Kansas City or Pittsburgh. What, am I going to stick the television set on at 1 o'clock? Sorry, hon, I'll see you later. Open up your gifts, good night. I can't do that. And those are Netflix games. We got to make sure Netflix, some dope in Pakistan, can watch his football game. So that's why they're on earlier in the day, because the time difference makes it a little more conceivable, because now Mahomes is at 9 o'clock and the West is in Europe. So if you live in Paris and you can't get enough of Patrick Mahomes or you're dying to see him, you got to get a break on Christmas night. Have your little French dinner, have your 6 bottles of wine, and watch Mahomes at 7 o'clock, 6-hour time difference. So you can watch the game there, but we can't watch the game here.
Oh.
I mean, it's ridiculous. All for a couple of bucks. And Netflix, I'm surprised they didn't find Ed Coleman. I mean, Netflix with their lineup, oh my God, they got everybody they got 9 billion people in the broadcast booth, whether it's the pregame show and everything. Half of them ESPN, half of them been fired by ESPN. I mean, it's absurd. Call me, I might go. What did you call me?
Mad Dog Russo.
That was a AI-generated Mad Dog. And buried beneath his rant about the NFL and the scheduling and all that, I hate Christmas. He just kind of weaved in.
Watch an NFL game on Christmas Day at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. I can't, and I hate Christmas.
And I hate Christmas.
Aren't you about done by 1 o'clock in the afternoon?
Absolutely.
You open the packages.
You're desperate for something to do.
It's lunchtime now.
You got the whole family over. We're like hours past oopening presents. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a perfect time for it.
He says they're programming for people in Pakistan.
Dopes in Pakistan.
And then talks about Europe, which Pakistan is not in.
NFL executives are like, what time would this play in Pakistan?
Yeah, I can't imagine that the sport, which is massive in America and not very big everywhere else, they're too concerned about Europe or Pakistan.
He's mad about the broadcast team, too. Who is calling the game on Netflix?
There's a lot of people on. I can tell chairman's over there hammering on the keys, finding out exactly. But it's a very deep roster of people who are going to be on the call.
How many do you need? Is this sort of the naked gun?
Well, I think
Dr. Joyce Brothers will be on the call.
And respect, that's a classic who guessed is this, or surprise line from Iggy. It says Dr. Joyce Brothers.
I think we had her on once. I think I
would bet
part of one of those.
Dr. Joyce Brothers. I think it's all like the pre and post game stuff too. I don't think it's all broadcasters.
After the Mike Tyson, Jake Paul scam, I think we should boycott Netflix Sports. That was an absolute total scam.
I mean, if they had charged you extra on top of your subscription fee, I think it would be even worse. But because it was just included in the subscription,
I'm saying the sporting event itself was a scam,
not the technical issues around it.
It was not a fight.
Fair enough. Chairman, you got an answer on who's going to be on the team?
I got a lot of names for you.
Yeah, start naming some off.
Hey K.
Yeah, Hey K Adams.
Nate Bargatze's doing some stuff.
Oh,
We're going to
nice.
have Nate Burleson, Drew Brees, RG3, Ian Eagle. Bert Kreischer's listed.
Nice.
So a lot of comedians.
Did they just pull the roast of Tom Brady lineup and then stick him on for the Netflix
Isn't
game?
Nate Burleson the Cardinals left fielder?
Alec.
You might call him Nate sometimes.
Nate Burleson's on a bunch of shows already.
Love his style.
I like him too.
Who's calling the game? Did you hear a play-by-play?
I heard Ian Eagle.
Did you?
Yeah, he said Ian Eagle.
Okay.
Whoever will call it will make a lot of money. Hope they pay their taxes with it.
Yeah.
And if they don't, they can just call Mark Milton. He'll get them taken care of because the godforsaken tax man has his fingers in everything. If you have any kind of problem with the IRS, Mark Milton is the guy that can get you straightened out. Maybe you have years of unfiled tax returns or tax liens, bank levies, wage garnishments keeping you up at night, or maybe even worse, facing possible IRS criminal investigation. That's nasty stuff. If you do, you can contact STL Tax Lawyer Mark Milton at stltaxlawyer.com, and he will get you taken care of. Mark Milton and stltaxlawyer.com provide a local and holistic approach to tax resolution. Don't be sucked into the out-of-town tax resolution groups you hear about on TV and radio. Mark works here locally. He started his career in Washington with the Department of Justice Tax Division and represented the IRS in tax cases throughout the country, and even received the DOJ's Outstanding Trial Attorney Award. He now helps individuals and small businesses right here in St. Louis solve their tax problems. So if you have any IRS issues, contact Mark Milton at stltaxlawyer.com today, and you'll be saying, I'm not guilty I'm with Milty. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements.
So folks think John might be Uncle Rich Gould, calling it like Uncle Rich doing a bit.
No.
A lot of texters about John. I actually enjoyed John.
I did too.
Yeah.
He kind of mumbles and mutters, and then little Bears didn't look much better either.
We
and he kind of gets a Bears thought in while he's asking about the Chiefs.
I love a drive-by take. We're not talking about the Chiefs. I haven't even come up once, I don't think. But someone wants to call in with a take about something we're not talking about. I'm all in for that.
It's like a live mic drop.
Yeah, it is, and I like it. Speaking of mic drops, we have Chairman Steve, former listener of the year, with a mic drop on the other side of the break.
Is he fired up?
Oh.
Well, I would like a texter to say that they also hate Christmas, and then why? Is anybody listening? Because Mad Dog just he was more mad about Netflix and the NFL. And I hate Christmas, and that wasn't even the main take.
He's always out.
I have a Chiefs injury report now.
Okay, please.
Okay,
The Chiefs
Hollywood
had
Brown.
no change to their injury report from Tuesday to Wednesday. The most important part is that quarterback Patrick Mahomes was a full participant for a second day in a row, a good sign for his chances to start against the Texans on Saturday. It's worth noting that Kansas City has conducted 2 light practices to start the week. There's your Chiefs injury report.
That feels AI-driven, too.
Yeah, it does. It does sound
I'm
like
starting to pick up on it now when I read national sports stories that feel generically sort of aggregated.
Yeah.
Jamari Connor and left tackle DJ Humphries were again out of practice.
Who cares, Doug?
Caller John sounds a bit like Hadley. I found out yesterday Jackson's part of that tree.
I was.
Scrappy boy. Scrappy boy. Robert Towers. If he doesn't answer, just keep punching the same button. People love that stuff. All right, friend of the show, Bernie Federico, is coming up at 9:30. It's the morning after, powered by Brown and Crouppen. #101 ESPN the morning after. Martin, Doug, Jackson, Chairman Kurt talking to John more than he cares to admit. Tim under the weather. Hopefully back tomorrow. What a big Friday lineup we have for you. Joe Theismann, friend of the show. When's the last time you had him on? I know he was a regular, and producer Joe sort of made it into a bit. Notre Dame guy. Tim's dad went to Notre Dame, and I think they joke that Theismann was Tim's dad.
Very possibly could be.
Okay.
Because he dated Tim's mom, or
did he really? Did he really date her?
I think maybe he knew her, and she was at the college across the street. What's that girls' school?
All-girls school.
What is that called? Oh, I know somebody went there.
Not St. Mary's.
Oh, it's something like that. Because what's the one down in Mizzou is Stevens
College.
Yeah. I think St. Mary's might be right. The girls' school across from Notre Dame.
Either way.
Yeah, that's true.
I've been on the show 4 years now. Celebrated 4 years on December 7th.
And we haven't had him, have we?
And we have not had him since I've been on. So it's been at least 4 years.
It's been a while. Yeah.
So he's overdue. Joe Theismann will talk some Notre Dame. They're playing Indiana Friday night in South Bend. Our guy Tyler Fulgham was talking about the weather in South Bend. And then Joe Buck representing IU, the Hoosiers.
Equal time thing.
On the show, Joey Vitale, the day before the big party that Jackson and I are now going to be outside boycotting.
Picketing.
That's right.
Picketing.
That's right. And you'll be, and people going in will be scabs.
Scab party goers.
And we're going to mock them on their way in. But then when they invite us in, we refuse.
Right. Well, the first time and then the second time.
Out of principle.
You're just going to press your noses up against the window and look inside.
I think it's going to be pretty cold on Saturday, so we might, the inside might be nice and warm. Might go against our principles, but I don't want to freeze.
You're just going to stand out there by the bushes looking into their window. Forlorn party.
Hey, Joey, what's up with these two guys sitting outside your window?
Can we invite them in? No.
Can't. We're not allowed.
The total package says, I hate Christmas. My family hates me. Oh, that's kind of sad.
That's kind of impressive. Well, did you think people who hate Christmas, that would bring a lot of cheer?
Well, I actually wanted a reason why.
I think some people might hate the headache of traveling a lot for Christmas, going to different houses. Chairman Kurtz nodding in affirmation that, that element of it sucks. But I think the actual holiday and being around family, as long as you're in good standing and love your family, it's tough to be like, I hate Christmas.
The people that hate it could be lonely or missing a family member who's not around anymore.
Right.
Or broke and can't participate they'd like to. And there is some of that.
Martin, I hate Christmas because I never get a damn thing. I have to sell my body on OnlyFans just to afford the damn Barbie dolls.
Him too.
And Spider-Man toys for those ungrateful kids. I spend over $1,000 for less than 5 minutes for them to open everything. Hell, if I wanted to spend that much and be under 5 minutes and be done with it, I'd get a hooker. At least I'd have a happy ending.
Oh.
Santa's a hoe. I hate him and this made-up holiday.
Stop it.
Happy holidays, boys, from the 618. That almost sound like an email of the day.
We'd all like to distance ourselves from the 618's comments.
As long as he said happy holidays there at the end.
Yeah, you got to leave them with some with a sweet taste.
We wrapped it all up there. We do have the Design Air heating and cooling email of the day. That sort of had a hint of an email of the day, it felt like. Just body of work there.
Yeah, a little bit.
Also, the text line, you know about that. The Air Comfort Service text line is 314-399-9646. Phone line, Collier and Thompson presents that. That's where John called in.
Yeah.
Big Al called in. 314-974-0101. We've got the podcast presented by Dobbs Tire and Auto Centers. Our studio cameras, I have switched hats. People are asking if I was a cat burglar, a dock worker. It was just a knit cap.
Yeah, this angle
Mike Kelly wore it during the snow game. Remember the video they put out of Brady Cook's, the True Sons touchdown run?
Absolutely.
He was wearing a knit cap.
From this camera angle, I got a real Jude Law hairline going.
What does that mean?
Take a look at Jude Law recently. He's got a.
He was on TV last night.
Yeah, he has a new movie out. It's really good. But he has a very distinct kind of peninsula hairline that he's rocking with. That he's rocking with, and from this angle, it makes me look like I also have a peninsula.
So you're happy with it or no?
No, sir. But
you're not happy with a peninsula.
No,
you got a Florida hairline.
It's like a widow's peak. Yeah. Same idea. M-shaped hairline. I don't want that.
Best Jude Law vehicle.
Talented Mr. Ripley. Talented Mr. Ripley, for sure.
That's the correct answer. I'm sorry. I apologize. I rescind that. 101 ESPN app is brought to you by Schaefer Door Company. Munganast Audio brought us, though, at the 7 o'clock, the 10 o'clock hour.
Yes, absolutely.
The whole
Fisher
crew.
Window and Door Store brings us the 8 o'clock hour, which we are closing out here.
We are closing out the 8 o'clock? Is that right?
Yeah, well,
it's 9:13.
Yeah.
But we're closing out the 8 o'clock hour.
Well, this is 8-4, brother.
This is 8-4, brother, and Chairman Steve has phoned in with a take.
Yep. You want to go to break? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I thought you were...
I have communication sometimes. Do you want to go to break or play Chairman Steve's mic drop first?
Why don't you decide?
Let's go to break, and then on the other side of the break, we'll get to Chairman Steve's mic drop.
Do you want us to workshop this, Doug, on the air?
I think it's
by now we could have played it.
Yeah, well, this is the breaks. Sometimes this is what happens. We'll go to break now, And we'll come back with Chairman Steve's mic.
And also Uncle Wally's Plastic Year. I hate Christmas because it's so maudlin and meaningless to me. The songs are insipid from Uncle Wally's Plastic Year.
Come on, big words. Big words, though.
Songs are insipid.
And maudlin?
Maudlin. These are big, even for your vernacular. You're a bit thrown off. All right, it's coming up on the 9 o'clock hour, even though it's 9:14. It's a tradition here on TMA, brought to you by Brown and Crouppen. Yesterday made Steve hold while you guys took a break. Is this the same damn show as yesterday? No, this feels entirely different.
I think so.
I did the recap of yesterday's show.
You did.
Jackson eating oranges in the shower. That's a thing.
A lot of shows are going to sound similar because it's the same people talking.
Right.
All new hot takes. We didn't have a I Hate Christmas take on the show yesterday.
Right.
We do have Chairman Steve, who has delivered a mic drop.
I mean, I get it. He's got a no-trade clause. We can't trade him without his approval. Stop it!
Oh.
I know there's not many cities better than St. Louis, but Nolan, you'll go wherever the hell we want to send you. Nobody wants your ass.
No.
You can't even play anymore. You can't even hit home runs. You can barely field your position, and nobody wants you. We'll trade you to the Savannah Bananas if we want to. Bowtie, send his ass to Memphis to start the season, and we'll see how he likes a bus ride on a Sunday night coming back from Kalamazoo. And what the hell where is Tim? I want Tim in that studio. Tired of it.
He's tired of it.
All, and to all, a good night.
Yeah. Nice.
That was nice. That's the thing is, if you leave off, like you can just rip us to shreds, tear us limb to limb, verbally, of course. And if you end with Happy Holidays, though,
then it's fine.
It feels kind of nice. Well. Yeah, it kind of feels nice. Jingle, jingle.
We need those glad tidings.
Yeah.
I don't think the AAA teams are taking buses anymore, though, are they?
Since the new deal.
Memphis Redbirds, I doubt they take a bus.
And a lot of those games are pretty far. I think AA bus for sure. AAA, but is it it's not a private plane. You're just sitting at the airport in Memphis.
Can I be honest with you, fellas?
No, yeah, please.
No, we insist you lie to us.
The show's integrity is all based on openness and honesty.
That's right.
You talked about your widow's peak.
I did. The Memphis Redbirds have just an outstanding look, top to bottom. The jerseys are great. The hats are great. I love the logo with the M with the music notes. I think it's a really cool thing.
Is this what they tell Jordan Walker on his way down? They have a great uniform.
They do. They look great. I think they look awesome. Like the Springfield Cardinals very much look like the St. Louis Cardinals look, but the Memphis Redbirds have their own distinct kind of look, and I think it's great. And this is Uniform Jack. I want to give a shout out. I think they have great uniforms.
Okay. I thought we were going to have a deep dive into your soul. You said,
no.
You have some honesty here.
We got a lot of friends in Memphis, and shout out to my buddy Abe, who's probably listening. He's a Memphis guy.
Have you been to a game down there?
Not a Redbirds game.
You've been to a Grizzlies game?
Several Grizzlies games.
When do you see them play to know what all their uniforms look like?
Well, you see pictures and you see, the internet exists. I can see what they look like without necessarily watching the game.
Okay, don't scold me.
I don't mean to. Happy holidays, though.
That was a Hall of Fame drop. Well done, Steve. That's from Chunk in the Chuck. Stephen Wildwood is now texting. He's fat and jolly. I could come as Santa to that Vitale party, load him up with some Tito's, let the milk sit on my lap. Well, this Joey party is growing, isn't it? We've added the invite list. The non-invited are going to be outnumbering the invited.
This is like the most talked about Christmas party that people are actively not invited to.
Since the Bob Blitz.
They want to join the picket line.
Yeah, maybe that's the case. We'd welcome them there.
A lot of texters enjoyed it. That was one of Steve's best.
I mean, obviously Steve is playing for effect, but do you think a lot of people are frustrated by the Arenado situation, or do you think it's kind of like, at this point, just let it all play out?
It's sad that it's become a bit of a joke that the Cardinals have this potential Hall of Fame third baseman. I said that a couple weeks ago, and somebody said, there's no doubt he's a Hall of Famer. I'm like, oh, okay. I feel like he's a potential Hall of Famer. 10 Gold Gloves, 8-time All-Star. Cardinals want to trade him. We knew that. We talked about it months ago. And then his agent, Mo, talked at the winter meetings. Mozeliak said, it's our intention to try. And then the agent said he wants to go somewhere where they want to win. Then they got a deal done with the Astros, except he rejects the trade. But then Katie Wu reports it's just too early in the offseason. He kind of wants to wait to see what else. It's comical, but at the same time, it's sad that it's playing out this way.
Yeah. It would seem like Houston would be a decent destination. I mean, they got a good team. They're coming off a division win.
The only surprise thing is
about every year
is just acquiring the third baseman. Yeah, that's what makes it. But he did say he was willing to. I still don't know, like first base, shortstop, even. Like it's like I get why he would say that for the willingness factor. Like he wants to win, and that's 1 and 1A of his priorities. But would it not really surprise you guys if he went to a contender and started playing shortstop or first base?
Yeah.
Well, especially you pump him up at short.
Yeah.
Caller Chris, caller Steve said you put him at short.
Yeah.
Who's the caller? He only talks to Jackson. He would not.
That's Chris. That's Chris.
I think he was pump him up guy.
Yes.
Wasn't he?
Yes, he was the one who wanted us
put
to
Arenado at short because it would pump him up, Doug.
Yeah, I remember that.
And then Mason Wynn would go to second because it would save his arm, even though he's only in his second and a half year.
Arenado's kind of a line drive hitter where a lot of those balls don't quite get over the fence in left field at Busch. He might hit 25, 30 home runs again down in Houston.
He has referenced that before, the playoff game where he thought he rocked it. We have someone on the phone line, Chairman? I'm sorry.
Yeah, somebody, they were going by Martin's Dangly Bits.
Him again.
But he's, want to know if Doug's taking questions, so this should be for Doug.
Oh, okay.
Oh, right. Boy, a short one probably.
MDB, what's the word?
Hey, how's it going, guys? New listener. I started listening when Randy got unceremoniously fired.
Yeah.
And my question I have started for Doug. Number one, Doug, how did you get involved with this show? Like, there's a bunch of different kind of personalities on it.
Yeah.
I was just wondering how you got involved with it.
Well, that was back in 2007 when I came on board. They had an opening, and they tried out a bunch of people and decided they wanted me. And I had a kid in private high school, another one about to go to college. So I said, sure, I'll take the gig.
And have you enjoyed it, or do you kind of get a little icky? Because, I know listeners like me having wild erotic dreams about you at night. Was just wondering, how you feel about it.
You have wild erotic dreams about me?
Oh, yeah, I want you to be my dirty little Smurf.
Okay, pot him down. Okay, cut his mic.
I did not see that coming.
Plot twist.
So that's on me. I almost included in my text, finger on the trigger.
Oh, okay.
I hadn't heard that voice before, so.
I did not see that coming at all.
Spoiler. That was a plot twist. If I remember,
Did he say Smurf?
I thought he was going to dress us down like the guy who talked about too much butt stuff.
Yeah.
I thought that was coming, and he completely.
That was a good one.
He kind of completely flipped the script on it.
Yeah.
Good call, Martin's dangly bits.
I got nicked.
I thought his follow-up question was going to be like, do you think Mizzou can win an SEC title one year, Doug? And,
That was good stuff.
oh, I enjoyed that. What's the maximum amount of calls you guys have taken?
Double digits.
Double digits?
And that was when we were only 3 hours.
Yeah, we did challenge once to get 10 callers on, and we did. I think we accomplished that feat like in early in the 9 o'clock hour.
Yeah.
Let's see. I also want to get icky with Doug. This call took a positive turn quickly. Wonderful.
I guess we should have known by Martin's dangly bits that it wasn't some guy about to dress us down.
Probably so.
I was getting ready to hop in with my own query, and I was going to ask him, why are you Martin's dangly bits?
Right.
Mm-hmm. And I thought the whole time, this guy seems pretty straightforward. To be having a weird handle.
Right.
Like maybe he was writing an article or something.
Right, like
for
when
a pamphlet.
It would be like if the guy who called in about like the too much butt stuff thing was like, but my name's Mr. Nipples or something, you know, like that would be kind of a weird direction to go.
Does it feel good knowing that people are out there having erotic dreams about you, Doug?
No, it doesn't.
Flattering, if nothing else.
Yeah, I would love for somebody to tell me that.
Oh, a middle-aged gentleman?
Any port in a storm, really.
Okay. Oh.
He sounded a little older. He did. I wonder if he's just playing along. Incredible call. Bravo from Brian Henson, who seems to have a lot of free time. Unknown DJ says that's the caller of the year. Is it too late to redo the awards?
Yeah, well, yes. I'm sure a lot of people would be. Yeah,
that'll have to go through 2025.
Yeah, if we're going to be protesting outside of Vitali's party, they're going to be protesting my selection process of the Listener of the Year award.
Why didn't Zipper Zeppa join TMA? That's a great question. Do you remember who else auditioned there? Would Rennie not have been he was a guest of the show a lot. Fill-in show. This is 2000.
I don't.
Was this at 1380? The old...
No, KFNS 590 there.
You didn't start at 1380 when you first came
Doug,
on the show?
your first show was above the sex shop.
But the tryout.
Audition period. The intense.
Right.
It didn't feel like a tryout. It's like, we got an opening. Can you come fill in for a day? I said, okay.
Right.
They're like, it's in the morning. Everybody's like, I'm out.
Yeah. It would be like us being like, Josh Schertz, will you please actually be on the show?
It was kind of like that.
Was there ever a moment where you considered not doing it, Doug? Was there a sliding doors moment where maybe Doug Vaughn was never part of TMA?
Are you going to do a turn now, Kurt, and say something real naughty after asking a serious question?
No, not really. I had time. I was working mostly nights, and I had time to do something in the morning.
Well, I'm sure you had other stations clamoring for you.
Yeah, all of them. Pretty much all. Especially the music stations.
Right.
Wanted me to come in on the ones
all
and twos.
Mills Brothers all the time. Doug Vaughn, 3 a.m. to 3:30.
Zipper Zeppa had a show for a while, too.
Yes, he did.
He would have Bill O'Reilly on because he and Bill O'Reilly worked in Boston together.
Nice.
And I felt like every day I heard the show, it was a tease for the next stage. One of my bestest buddies, Bill O'Reilly, will be on the show tomorrow. And then I would tune in the next day and he'd say, one of my bestest buddies, Bill O'Reilly, will be on the show tomorrow. I'm like, was he on today?
Perma-teasing.
And he gave away some fabulous prizes. Remember, he was giving
that was
away
his TV
trips
show.
to Las Vegas and everything?
The TV sports show.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Those are the days. All right, we get a break. Okay, all right. It's Bernie Federko, Hall of Famer. We were talking about bad exits for St. Louis legends, whether it was Pronger or Holy or Warner or Ozzie. And I don't think Bernie was that excited when he got traded to Detroit. We'll talk about that. Plus, the note tonight in Tampa to take on the Lightning. Pregame coverage at 5 o'clock right here on 101 ESPN.
Michael's Flooring has been family and locally owned for over 30 years. Michael at Michael's Flooring takes pride in helping and making sure his employees are happy and make a great living. And that is why he is offering carpet installers 7 a square yard. Michael's passion is flooring, and when you order from him, he wants you to have the best experience for the best price. And that's why he is making sure he gets the best installers. And he's getting them $7 a square yard. That is awesome compensation in this industry. It's Michael's Flooring, and if you are interested, go to igotfloored.com and find out how you can apply to be a part of Michael's team. igotfloored.com. They have it all at Michael's Flooring, and they have so many varieties of all flooring with 3 easy-to-get-to locations in the St. Louis area, in Creve Coeur on Olive, in Garden Prairie, and St. Peters. It's Michael's Flooring, $7 a square yard for carpet installers. If you're interested, go to igotfloored.com.
It's 9:32 on 101 ESPN Time Check, presented by Clarkson Jewelers. Martin Kilcoyne, Doug Vaughn, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt, all in studio. Tim out under the weather again, hopefully back for a Big Joe Friday. We've got a Blues game tonight in Tampa. Blues and Lightning coverage here starts at 5. We've got Bernie Federko, the Blues legend, on the line with us. Bernie, how are you? How's your Thursday?
I am doing great, thanks, fellas.
Can you believe we have people texting that they hate Christmas? I feel like Bernie would be the most festive host, maybe a sweater on, sitting around a fire.
There's nothing. I actually would like some snow, though. Then it would be really, really something. But no, we love Christmas. There's nothing better. And as you said, sit by the fire, a little cocktail or two. It never hurts either. So it's always fun.
See, Santa Bernie. I just in the spirit. I might stop by later tonight. What do you think?
It's perfect.
You'll probably be doing TV.
Always welcome. Always welcome. I'll be working, but
he won't be there. Do you see what he did, Doug? He allowed me to come by because he won't be there.
No. What were Christmases like in Foam Lake when you grew up? That sounds like a cold, snowy place.
Doug, it was very cold, very snowy. That's saying it in a very, very small way. It was probably most of the time. I was always, I'm going to guess it was below zero all the time. We had a ton of snow for the most part, and but it was always nice. You know, you get around. It doesn't matter. Growing up in a little town, didn't have to go far to mass, to midnight mass. We still had. We'd go and come back to the house after, and really everybody would have, mom and dad both had family around, so we always had people at the house. My grandmother lived up the street too, so we were over there. So it was always a fun time, and I think that's the beautiful thing about Christmas is having all the family around and just kind of sitting around and relaxing and really telling stories, which I think is so much fun.
How young were you when somebody in town, a coach or somebody said, "Man, you might be a professional. You might." When did somebody tell you that?
Probably when I was about 15. When I was 15, I started playing for the senior hockey team in town. So I was, there was another friend of mine too. We were both 15, and I mean, all the guys were in their 20s and 30s, and we got to try out for the team. And well, actually, not even had to try. They wanted us to play, and we played, and we actually excelled at that level, playing against a bunch of men. So that was the first time that everybody said, "Hey, you might do that someday." But of course, that you don't even think about that. You just play, have fun, and it wasn't until I was 17 when I went to Saskatoon and made the Blades that I knew that I had a chance of playing pro hockey at that point in time.
Who's the second most famous person from Foam Lake? Doug's probably got it on Wikipedia over there.
I was looking for somebody. I haven't seen anyone yet.
You know what? Pat Eleniuk, who played for the Washington Capitals in Winnipeg, and Dennis Plonich, who played for Detroit. The three of us all played in the NHL. Another guy by the name of Ted Hargraves, he played for the Canadian national team. He was older than me. That was before I started. And Dennis is a little older than me, so he was the first one really to get to the NHL, and it was me after that, and then Pat after that. And we really haven't had anybody from Foam Lake since. So I don't know if that will happen again, but I'm sure it is. They got a really good rink there, a really nice recreation center for the winter. So there's a lot of good hockey in that whole area.
Did you have the frozen backyard rink that some people have up there?
Yes, we did. Dad we'd flood the garden. We would put some boards up and flood the garden and then shovel it. And by the time the winter was over, we had so much snow that we usually had, from shoveling it, we probably had 6 feet of snow all the way around to the puck wouldn't even go out. It was great. You didn't have to worry about the puck, flying out of the yard or anything. The banks were so big, you didn't even have to worry about it.
That's hard living up there. If you don't grow up in that area, I'm not sure you could handle it. You'd have to grow up as a kid there, wouldn't you?
Yeah, Doug, you know what, and it's, I think the worst part about it is the wind. You can handle things. I mean, we do get a lot of sunshine. There's still a lot of sunshine. It's cold and really cold, but and it's sunny a lot. But it's the wind. When the wind starts whipping, that's the worst part about it because the snow is blowing around. You can't. I can remember it was really about 4 blocks to the rink, and just you'd be dragging your bag and going there to practice or something. And this was before I could drive. Before you got a driver's license and. Just walking those 4 blocks in the wind and the cold, and it was shivering. It was, but you did it because you wanted to get there. You wanted to do it, so you did what you had to do.
Bernie Federko, Blues Hall of Famer, with us on the line. We've got a game tonight in Tampa. We were looking at the numbers earlier. Only 4 teams have scored less goals than the Blues, and it's Thomas, it's Kyrou, it's Buchnevich, who are sort of leaned on to do the heavy lifting. How does this current roster find a way to score more?
Yeah, Martin, that's the whole thing. I think that it's just a matter of trying to get some chemistry going. I mean, they've been switching up lines, trying to find the right combinations, and I would like to see them personally just kind of find a combination and leave them together for 5 or 6 or 10 games if they can to see if they can find that. I mean, I'm kind of surprised that they haven't gone back really to putting Buchnevich with Kyrou and Thomas. That has been successful in the past, and we might still see that. But until they find some combinations that really work, I mean, there is I mean, Holloway has played really well. I mean, Shen has been skating well, playing well. The puck, unfortunately, is not going in the net for him. But there is guys that can score. I mean, hopefully Foxa will be back in the lineup tonight because that line had played so well with Toropchenko and with the Walker, and they can score a few goals. So it's just it's one of those things. The puck sometimes is going in, sometimes it's not, and really this team has not been good 5-on-5, and I think that's really something that they need to work on, and it's hard to work on it. I mean, I think Jim Montgomery has said it. I mean, they've have no time for practice, but with this schedule, it's just been horrendous. And when you don't have a chance to practice and go over things, it's very difficult to make things happen. But it's like everything else. I mean, all teams go through this with their schedules, and the Blues just have to find a way to find scoring some goals. And that's really, I always say, just go to the front of the net. I mean, it's when the power play is not working, get it to the point, go to the front of the net, and battle three guys for two guys in front and try to get some rebounds. And I think that's something that they need to do, is that they need to get a little more aggressive on their forecheck, on the power play. I mean, they're not getting many power play chances because I don't think they're being aggressive enough to force the other team to take penalties against them. So it's just a matter of skating and doing those little things, and then hopefully they'll get some chances and score some goals.
33 games in, they're 15-15-3. Is that about what you would expect the rest of the way? Are they just a 500 team, or can they be much better than that?
You know what? I don't know, Doug. I mean, certainly when you look at the goaltending is superb. Both Binnington and Hofer have give this team a chance to win each and every night. So if they can score some goals, and really, I think the power play can really come alive. That's how you can really win a lot of games, especially when you're on the road. If you can score power play goals, but you got to get the power play chances. And if they do that, they can, move up the ladder, because I mean, no one's running away with anything. I mean, Nashville is struggling, and we look at the division. I mean, Minnesota and Winnipeg have played so well. Dallas has been hot and cold. So, I mean, there is a way to get back in things, but they have to put things together and certainly try to get, some type of streak going.
Are some teams just equipped to play better on the road? I know the Blues want to do better at home. It's been a struggle before Montgomery got here. It's continued with Montgomery here, but they're really good on the road. Are there some teams that you've been on, just their DNA, just for whatever reason, does well away from home?
Yeah, I think what happens, Martin, is that when you play at home, you try to be a little more fancy, and when you can't play that fancy game, it kind of burns you. You give up odd man rushes, you get goals scored against you, and you try to impress the crowd. And when you go on the road, when you're not scoring, you can't score. You play a much more defensive style of hockey game, and the home team's trying to impress, and that's kind of where you get away with winning those games, because you're playing, really simple hockey and really structured hockey. And I think that's kind of what this team, because they don't score, I think that they have to play a more, defensive style of hockey, a checking style like New Jersey did the other night. Just came in and kind of shut things down, and you score opportunistic goals, and then you walk away with a couple of goal victory. And I think that's what they have done when they've been on the road. They've been getting a lead, and then they're playing a really good defensive hockey. And I think that's kind of what they have to do. And I think that they probably have to kind of maybe bring that same style of hockey back here to St. Louis when they're here at home.
We talked a little earlier, a few segments ago, about superstar players from St. Louis that were traded to other teams and unpopular trades. You're over the deal to Detroit by now, aren't you? I mean, it's been, what,
are you over it?
35 years?
I don't think I'll ever get over that deal, Doug. It was shocking at the time, and it's always this way. I mean, I kind of almost feel, the whole thing is that I was not in control. And in those days, we had no say. I mean, no one asked me, hey, we're going to move you. You okay with that? I mean, we were moving you. You got, whether you like it or not. I feel, for Cam Fowler, I mean, he was basically the same as me. 14 years he's been in Anaheim, and now they weren't playing him. So, in that factor, I mean, and he's making $6.5 million, which really helps a lot too. So it doesn't matter where you play. But for him to make the move from Anaheim to St. Louis, it's tough. I mean, the family, he knows Anaheim, everything's different there, and that's what's I think very, very difficult. But I think the guys now are so much more in control. I mean, there's free agency. The guys decide what they want to do, where they want to go. If they're not playing, they go somewhere else. I mean, Ryan Suter's been moved around after all this. I mean, So I think it's a little different now, but certainly, you don't want to see a guy like Sidney Crosby move or guys that have been around. And, I felt that way at the time, too, and I was very disappointed about it. But I think the business is a lot different now. But there are certain players, that have been on their teams that you don't ever want to see moved.
And now it all plays out publicly. We were talking about Nolan Arenado. He wants to go to a winning team. The Cardinals have said, we're going to try. And then you get all these reports where he's willing to go. Deal with Houston falls through. It all sort of plays out in the media. For you, I'm guessing nobody knew. Nothing was said. How did you find out?
You know what? I went into a meeting with Ron Caron. I wasn't even using an agent because I was going in. I wanted to have a 2-year deal, 1-1, and then I was going to retire. That was it. I mean, those were the days I was turning 34. So it would have been, 34. I would have been done at 35. No one played really beyond 35. And Ron Caron said, hey, yeah, come in. So I went in on a Friday morning. I'll never forget. I went in Friday morning. He said, we'll just get the deal done. You come on in. I was doing a charity golf tournament in the afternoon. I drove down to the old arena, went into Ron's office, and in 30 seconds, he basically told me, well, we've made the decision that you're no longer going to be part of our plans. So we are going to move you, go home, have a nice weekend, and then come back on Monday, and we'll try to figure out where we're moving you to. That was the extent of it.
Wow.
So I did. I got in the car and I drove home, and my wife said, "What are you doing here?" And I said, "Well, you're not going to believe this. They just told me, they're moving me." And it was that. So I went back in on Monday, and I had a kind of an inkling, that it was probably Detroit because of my ties with Jacques Demers. Jacques and I were close when I played here, and he had always talked, about bringing me in and being part of his team at some point in time, and that's kind of what happened. We got back in there on Friday or on Monday, I said, and I had to sign a new deal before Detroit would fly. And then after I signed the deal, then they told me it was Detroit. So, and then Jacques called, to tell me about it. So it's kind of very simply happening, but it was kind of one of certainly a shocking weekend, and it certainly wasn't a relaxing weekend by any means to know that, hey, you're done.
Wow. What a terrible topic, Doug, that we brought up for the car. He's all cheery, talking about drinks by the fire and holiday cheer, and look what we did. We just took him down.
There are certain guys that just belong with one team. Their entire career, they should be allowed to finish it out, and certainly Bernie was one of those.
That's true.
It would have been nice. It didn't happen that way, but, as it turned out, it was nice to see, another organization, I guess, and it was certainly nice, to be, and I'm always very, very proud of being able to put on like an original 6 jersey. The Detroit Red Wings jersey was always cool too. So to be a part of that organization, even for just a short time, was kind of a nice little. I don't know what I want to call it, but it was just for me, being part of one of the original 6 teams is pretty special.
Bernie, Merry Christmas to you and Bernadette and the whole family. Enjoy the holidays, and we'll catch you after Christmas, and hopefully some Blues wins as well.
Thanks, Martin. Doug, you guys have a great Christmas as well. We'll look forward to seeing you guys and have a great time.
Thanks, Bernie.
He's the best. Love Bernie Federico and checking in with us. And by the way, not Jamie Riff, I almost called him Jeremy Rutherford, the original JR, wrote a book, Bernie Federico, My Blue Note. It's an autobiography.
Yeah, I read it. It's very good.
It's all these stories. We're talking about Foam Lake, this little town that you grow up in, and getting traded, and a little bit of the fallout with his buddy Brian Sutter. JR has said he will bring in a book and give it away.
Nice.
So maybe a texter who just says why they really would love this book, what it means to them. And we'll pick a texter out and give them a free copy of Bernie Federico, My Blue Note, a book that is available. JR and Bernie teaming up with the Hockey Hall of Famer. We'll do that. Just text in, and the text line is 399-9646, 319-9646. It's the Air Comfort Service text line. And when the phone lines, Callier and Thompson, when caller John calls in to mumble a little bit about the Chiefs, or when Martin's Dangly Bits calls in to do a drive-by on Doug, it's on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0100. 01. He did text in to explain the name. He said, I like to do bits. Martin dangles bits and sketches.
I'm not believing that.
He says that's why it's the dangly bits.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that's.
Got to wake up pretty early to sneak one past me. Unless you're Coach Drinkwitz.
Oh, I'll get clarity on that as well. It's the Morning After, powered by Brown and Crouppen.
Tim McKernan for Stewart's American Mortgage. We talk about accessibility with our advertisers. Isn't it great when you feel like you have somebody you know you can count on and you know you have access to? If you're buying a home, if you're going to refinance, that is incredibly important. We're talking about a substantial purchase or at the very least a substantial transaction when you are refinancing. Well, Stewie is as accessible as it gets because he gives out his personal cell phone number, and that number is 314-324-4440. That's 314-324-4440. If it is a new home you are looking to purchase, he will get you to the closing table fast. Try 10 days, and he will get you the best interest rate possible. And he also has the bagel loan that can help you out, too. I got a chance to meet with Stewie and his son, and they explained their business to me and why they are able to get you closed so quickly and also save you the most money. When I got done, I said, why would anybody go anywhere else? You can find that out as well by Googling the bagel loan or calling Stewie directly on his personal cell phone, 314-324-4440. That's 314-324-4440, or Google the bagel loan.
NMLS number 226715.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. You just heard Bernie Federico talking about the Blues taking on the Tampa Bay Lightning. You can catch that game right here on the home of the Blues, 101 ESPN tonight. Pregame at 5 p.m., puck drop at 6 p.m. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Well, a lot of great texts why they would want to win the Bernie Federico book, the autobiography. We'll go through those. There's honestly just a ton of them pouring in. Some great stories, why their parents love the Blues, why their kids love the Blues. We'll get to that. We also have Jackson's links. And I noticed, Doug, in the links, once again, we've got a NBA-related story. And this is a growing theme about reasons people don't like the NBA. I didn't realize this was such a topic. But doesn't it feel like, and part of it was driven by the ratings for the NBA being down, but doesn't it feel like it's become more and more of a narrative right now? The
Absolutely.
fact that the NBA is not as popular. There was a texter yesterday saying if you look at the arenas, like attendance is down, ticket prices are down. But this is in the links. Doug, we'll also get to throning.
Now, what
which
would that
sounds
be?
like it could be dirty, but it's not. Throning, Jackson, is when people date somebody just to be attached to their celebrity.
It's kind of like it increases their own status. It's kind of like
that's been going on for decades.
Yeah, that's not a new thing at all.
Moving on up. Well, this is what the article says. It's talking about the idea of throning, Doug.
Well, I don't care about that. Just because somebody just wrote an article doesn't mean it's a new thing.
I'm reading from Vice. One new dating trend that has taken the internet by storm is throning, and it's already pissing the writer off. So basically, people enter relationships with the primary intention of boosting their own ego. The motivation behind throning often stems from a desire for social validation, access to exclusive social circles, a boost in self-esteem, and increased social media influence, explained Delhi-based relationship expert Kalpana Singh.
Okay, we don't need to hear from Singh.
Is this out of India? Did you say Delhi-based?
Yeah, Delhi-based.
Not like a meats and cheeses
No, not
deli.
like a delicatessen.
Okay.
I don't think they're serving corned beef.
Delicatessen.
I do too.
You and I rolled down to that Pumpernickel one day and have a little lunch.
I like in pastrami, and I put coleslaw on there.
Processed meats.
Just a little bit of Russian dressing.
Oh, wow.
Marble rye. No sauerkraut for me. I know you love sauerkraut.
God, I hate sauerkraut.
Oh. Yeah, to me, throning seems like something that it's more of like attaching a label to it.
It's a made-up article is what it is.
Well, all articles are made up.
People have been trying to marry or date up a level forever.
So
haven't they?
One would think.
Does the idea of throning include like an expiration date on the relationship where you get what you need and then you make an exit, or are you in it for the long run?
I can try to book Kalpana Singh on the show.
Don't worry.
Time difference there.
That's the thing. It's like,
straight to the web.
Yeah, like it's 6 a.m. in Delhi the next day.
Oh, they're putting that Netflix game on for guys in Delhi, I think. That's what Mad Dog said.
It was a dope in
Ask
Pakistan.
the guy in Delhi.
Right.
It's over there near Pakistan.
It is.
They're excited about the timing of the Netflix game because Mad Dog is not too happy about it. I think throning, I'm guessing, is maybe now more related to like influencers,
right.
The YouTube generation.
Yeah.
As opposed to dating a Hollywood movie star back in the day.
I mean, to that point, we have seen Hollywood stars increase their own careers by being in high-profile relationships. You know, Benifer, yeah.
Is Olivia
Pitt?
Olivia Pontoon, is she throning?
Yeah, her name is now getting out there a lot. Wait, jeez, how quick they forget.
up,
Joe
Martin.
Burrow.
Joe Burrow's. Her name is Olivia Pontoon.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I think it was Ponton.
Yeah, Pontoon sounds more fun.
Yeah.
Hey, where's the old pontoon boat at today?
She's from the Ozarks.
So you met her over the summer.
Did you guys ever consider a stage name when you went into TV?
No.
I don't know. Some people do it.
Kilcoyne's a weird spelling.
I guess with the Y.
And people butcher to this day. Hey, what's up, Kilcoyne?
Kilcoyne.
Hey, Kilcoyne, how you doing? Hey, Kilborn, I was going to ask you something real quick.
I like Kilcorn.
It's 2 syllables. For some reason, the Coyne throws them off. Now, when I was working in Rhinelander, Wisconsin, we're all looking for jobs. And so if you wanted to send out a resume tape, you're trying to get hired. But a lot of times they would say resumes first before the tape. I wanted to just do my own little test. I was going to just say Martin Hernandez.
Oh, yeah.
And
get hired
Martin
immediately.
Gutierrez, because the industry was sort of shifting away from your traditional sports guy. So I wanted to do that just as a sample to see how many responses
so
I
many
got.
of the bigger markets have large Hispanic populations, and they were desperate to find some Hispanic talent.
Sure.
L.A., San Diego,
How
Dallas,
disappointed would they have
Houston,
been if I
Florida.
showed up like, Mr. Gutierrez, are you here? Yeah, what's up, man? How you doing?
I like Martin De La Cruz. I think that's got a nice ring to it.
You know, what I just learned is using a stage name, and I never knew this. I could be late to the party, but Jamie Foxx.
Yeah, 2 X's on the Fox, kind of.
His name is Eric Bishop.
Oh, nice.
And when he was an emerging stand-up comic, he went with Jamie Foxx because it seemed kind of androgynous.
Yeah.
And some people might have thought it was a female. He thought he was more likely to get booked or a set going with a name like that, Jamie Foxx.
Good little piece of Jonah Hill. His last name is not Hill. Feldstein, but he goes by Jonah Hill. His middle
I
name.
wondered if Red Fox influenced the Jamie Foxx decision too, because wasn't Red Fox 2 X's on there?
I think so. He was from St. Louis.
He was
right?
from St. Louis, Sanford and Son for you kids out there.
Yeah, my dad would TV Land was often on. A lot of Andy Griffith. I've watched a lot of Andy Griffith
Your
shows.
dad and Raul could hang out.
Oh my God, they
just watch TV together all day.
They would be great. My dad just texted me. He really loved the Bernie Federico interview. He liked a lot of that stuff.
And we will give away that book. We got to scroll through it, maybe even off air, and just kind of pick a random winner. Thanks to JR for donating the book. Also in the links, the NBA explanations. Is there a clear reason why?
No, I don't think we'll ever have a clear reason as to why. I think something that should be noted is just in the last year and change, they signed an 11-year, $76 billion media deal. So as much as people want to hem and haw about what's wrong with the league, they are pretty flush at the moment. And to but
it could be like the Bally's Cardinals deal where they regret it later. It's not the. You're right. They're flush with cash, but it doesn't mean that troubled times aren't around the corner.
I think the Warriors' value just increased to $9.1 billion.
Yeah, it's crazy. And you should see the numbers where they were valued before Steph.
Yeah.
But the thing I'll always come back to is teams are scoring more than ever. This is the highest scoring. You can be like, well, I don't like the way that they're scoring. You can't really. Baseball runs into the exact same issue. You can't really tell teams, hey, I know you're winning, but you have to start changing the way you're winning. You can change some rules, but to a certain extent, what else can you do? Move the 3-point line back like we talked about yesterday? They'll just shoot from deeper.
And baseball goes through that, too, where people say, well, it's not as popular as it used to be. They're losing fans.
But then you have the World Series this year where it goes crazy.
And maybe everybody but football's losing fans because there's just so many entertainment options out there.
And in the modern era, as very important as viewers are, and they absolutely are, you're not going to catch me saying that they're not, but engagement online is also an important factor. And I think National Basketball Association, as good as any league.
You didn't have to say National Basketball Association. You could have just said NBA.
I know, but for transparency here. You're right. We are behind, but the social media engagement they have a ton of. People are aware of the stars. They're aware of what's going on. They just might not be watching. And I don't think that's a great thing. But in the modern era, engagement might become more important as the years go on.
Eric in the Central West End tagged you and me on X last night with a story out of Outkick, where it was breaking it down. NBA
My favorite place for the NBA
Who
updates.
wrote that,
Bobby Burrack?
I like the alliteration.
Bobby Burrack. NBA fanboys try to cancel me when I warned the NBA was on the decline in 2019. Now ratings are down 48% since 2012, 28% from last season. Arenas are empty. Tickets cost less than a pizza. The league's in big trouble as far as popularity. Niche sport. I don't know if I'd go niche sport. Already, NBC executives having buyer's remorse. NBA is closer to the NHL in popularity than the NFL. Normal people don't care about the NBA anymore. LeBron, Adam Silver, BLM, Black Lives Matter, I guess. Steph Curry, an entitlement killed the league. This is an Outkick.
This is come on. This is not a genuine. This is disingenuous. This is like the confetti. He probably shot confetti out once the numbers came.
But usually, when you try to figure out one reason why, it's not just one. It's a collection of a lot of things.
Baseball is not running into one issue with the regular season games. Just the number of games with Major League Baseball is one of the biggest deterrents from engagement.
I was looking at the NBA schedule tonight. You know how we like to go to that segment that says tickets as low as.
Yes.
Detroit's hosting Utah, tickets as low as $11. Atlanta at San Antonio as low as $9.
Did you see
Charlotte at Washington, $9?
Yeah, well, Charlotte. Those are two of the worst. Those are two of the Washington Wizards are one of the worst organizations of the last 15 years.
Yeah, they're terrible.
And they have been for a long time.
But then Boston, it's $77. Even that, you would think that's a pretty good deal to go see a Celtic game, $77.
Yeah, I wonder where you're going to be sitting for that.
Yeah, top shelf, no doubt.
Yeah, but
$11 is unbelievably low for yes. I did find a bowl game, Doug. I like to do the numbers game. This was the other day. It popped up. $3. Tickets as low as $3. If you'd like to go to the Game Above Sports Bowl. Do you know where the Game Above Sports Bowl is located?
Can I have a hint, please?
Can we get a coast, maybe?
The stadium's
first letter of the city.
Stadium's initials are FF.
Ford Field.
Yes.
Nice. Good job, Doug.
Game Above Sports Bowl, Ford Field, and it's Pittsburgh versus Toledo, and they have tickets available as low as $3.
And Ticketmaster will still make a lot of money off this because if you buy that $3 ticket, you're going to hand them
$8 in fees.
Yeah, at least.
Yes.
Actually, kind of got a note on that is just recently the Federal Trade Commission's final rule requiring full transparency on fees charged to consumers applies to hotels and live event ticket vendors, but not restaurants, according to the announcement by the FTC. So now some of those fees that you see on, like when tickets are as low as $12 will probably change because they're going to have to include the fee prices in on top of that.
Oh, yeah.
Which I think is a good thing.
It's fair.
Yeah.
Because that's the real price.
Because it's like, $12. And then it's like check out at $61. It's like, what happened?
If you buy something at Schnucks and it says it's $4 and you go to the counter and it says, well, it's $11 with fees, it wouldn't be fair.
You know where they're not trying to sneak one past you, Doug?
No.
That's our friends over at Munganess, St. Louis Acura.
They would never do that.
Here's Tim talking about Munganess.
Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton, Toyota. That's Jamie Burkhardt. That's Peter Munganess. And then in the service department, that's Ryan Seiberg. If you are in the market for a new car or a pre-owned you can go online and go shopping right now at stlouisacura.com or altontoyota.com. Or you can call 314-252-0029, or you can text 314-252-0029. It's Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota. They go out of their way to be accessible to the TMA audience. So if you are a listener at TMA, if you are a longtime listener, you know that you are going to get great service from Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota. Even if you get your car from there, get it serviced there with Ryan Seiberg. It's Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota. Online at stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com, or call or text 314-252-0029.
And one of the texters pointed out star players sitting out games. I think it's a small percentage. It's certainly...
They put new rules in place so that happens less.
It's certainly, though, a part of it. It's frustrating. We went up to the Bucks game a couple of years ago. My Carson wanted to see Giannis play. And I said, I have no idea. And we go on a Friday night, right around Christmas. Giannis plays, scores like 42, grabs 20 rebounds. Unbelievable atmosphere, great game. 2 days later, the Bucks had a home game. He didn't play. I'm like, we almost went to that game. Can you imagine driving all the way?
I know it's tough to defend, but they've put some new rules in place to try to curtail some of the load management, is what they call it.
Oh, I have an update when we come back from Mizzou about the coach drink call from an official spokesperson for the University of Missouri Columbia Systems.
Was it him?
Well, we will tell you.
That'll be on the other side of the break.
Oh, wow, we really are good at the teasing, aren't we? It's the text line at 399-9646. That's 314-399-9646. Chairman Kurt taking the calls at 974-0101. 314. That's from Collier and Thompson. Text line Air Comfort Service. The show is sponsored by Brown and Crouppen. You've got the Design Air email of the day. There's a lot to chew on.
Oh, yeah.
There's a lot to pick from. That comes up at the end of the hour. Then BK and Ferrari will come your way at 11.
Blues hockey tonight here on 101 ESPN pregame at 5. Kerber was in the building. I don't know if he's getting on the private 101 jet, but we've got hockey tonight. It's the Blues and the Lightning. Then on Friday, we have the Blues and the Florida Panthers. That means Matthew Tkachuk will be chirping our guy, Robert Thompson. I'm going to watch a little closer to see how often Chuck E. Cheese is in the ear of Robert Thomas, because basically Tomer, what do we call him, Bob Thomas?
Bob Thomas.
Likes that, doesn't
One
like that?
of my favorite things is anytime, really in any sport, but hockey's really great, when they do the mic'd up segments and you can like really hear what the guys are saying.
Yeah.
Now, certainly they're going to be more cautious knowing they're wearing a mic, but I really like that stuff. And you look on YouTube, those videos have millions of views.
Mm-hmm. As a fan, if you're watching the stands, you just kind of assume they're talking about real serious stuff when they're on the ice,
right?
Butt positioning and things, when in fact sometimes they're just cutting up.
Yeah, oh yeah, shooting the breeze.
Yeah.
I almost said that.
We tried to push a little bit on it, and then Robert Thomas said, we'll just leave it at that.
Yeah.
Fair, very fair.
We also had audio of Coach Drink, your Missouri football coach, the MAC Sports Personality of the Year, calling into the Travis Kelce, Jason Kelce popular podcast, The Heights. And Coach Drink was, I guess he did a mic drop for them.
We're going to answer some not dumb questions that came into the Heights hotline. All right, now.
Hey, Travis. Hey, Jason. This is Coach Drinkwitz in the University of Missouri.
What's up, Coach?
And I have a question for both of you. What is your favorite post-game meal?
Post-game meal?
Andy's frozen custard. Could be Brahms. Could be KFC.
How about it, baby?
Thank you very much. And go Chiefs and the Missouri Tigers.
Go Chiefs, go Missouri Tigers. Okay, so
I still think it was him.
No, you couldn't possibly think that. No, you don't.
Well, now you're tipping your hand. Now you're tipping your hand.
Oh,
So
you
what?
didn't. This is, it wasn't quite on the level of Martin's dangly bits, but I texted immediately the text lines. I said, there's no way that was him. A couple of different tell. It wasn't his voice. He didn't say M-I-Z.
That was the biggest tell. Like if I was to poke a hole in it, that's where I would go.
And I could see Drinkwitz being a guest on one of these national type shows, but I can't see him just doing a mic drop.
I could.
I mean, a little bit of his brand, yes, but I just didn't think it was him. So I texted the official spokesperson from Missouri football, and I had to explain, I'm sorry that I'm actually asking this first. Usually we'll text, hey, can we get Coach on the show? Hey, does Brady Cook want to do a segment? Instead, I'm asking, was that really Coach Drink? She said that was fake. And then I said,
I got catfished.
And I said, I thought so. Have you heard about it from other people? She said, LOL, yes. So it has made its way to the Missouri football department at Columbia, Missouri. So it was not. Coach Drink, what's the payoff for the caller, though? Did they think they were funny in doing that? I guess
that's what I thought. If you're gonna prank, you would come up with something with a little more punch to it.
And that's a classic comedy is hard thing.
Yeah, but I mean, it didn't seem like Travis and Jason Kelce thought it was a fake. I think they thought it was Drink.
Yeah.
Would the real Drink have shouted out the Chiefs? I know there's the Bolton connection, but
yeah, I mean, it's not like, well, no offense, but like, it's not like we got a team that he's gonna, offend by shouting out the Chiefs.
Yeah, I understand.
Did the call? I don't want to dig too deep. It's probably too late. But did the caller think this is the only way I'll get my clip used on this show?
They led with it, so maybe that there's. They did. That was their first.
Do you think they
call.
know they got catfished and now they're upset about it? No.
No, I don't
care.
I think they don't know, and if they did find out, they wouldn't care. I mean, these guys are.
But it was on tape too, right? Because they were talking.
It was a voicemail.
Responding.
It was a voicemail. It was like a mic drop.
But they reacted even funny to that, like they were trying to talk to him, even though it was a mic drop.
Right.
I think that was just for the show. They're just interacting with it as part of the show.
Yeah.
Okay.
They may have not even heard it. They probably have a producer that lined those things up.
Yeah, I'm sure they didn't.
Like, let's get to these. All right, what do we got? Then they just start playing them.
Yeah.
And they hear it as it happens.
Yeah.
Hey, it's Coach Drink. Oh, hey, Coach.
The real Drink would have come in a little more energetic, too.
One would think. But you're talking into a phone. It's not like anyone's on the other end talking back to you.
Sure, but with his personality and him, I think he would have played it up a little more. That was just a little too monotone to be the guy.
No, all right. But
now the deep dive for KG. Find the guy who did the drop, who actually called in. What would it take to do that? My God.
Oh, you can figure that out. I mean, we'd have to
Never say never.
You have to get in touch with
somebody listening knows somebody who is listening, and somebody knows that somebody, and they go, oh, my uncle was bragging at Christmas that he called into the Heights.
I don't think it's that far-fetched to think a person that would do that would be looking on social media to see being talked about. Maybe you get the right tweet out there. You might be able to hunt them down.
Or call the station and see if they could do a reverse phone lookup on the number that came in.
Hey, Travis, you mind if shooting me that number?
Yeah, I'm sure he'll get right on that.
Thanks, 87.
They'd probably love to help you with that.
Love you, Taylor.
I have a feeling us getting catfish, Doug more so than me. I mean, right away, Timmy and I knew it wasn't him, but it could be a topic for the Design Air email today, which comes your way towards the end of the show. Design Air Heating and Cooling brings you the email of the day. Don't forget Friday, big show Friday. Joe Buck, Joe Theismann, Joey Vitale. Producer Joe might even call in, may even stop by. You never know. And Gabe DeArmond. Who knows what it's like to have random weird people calling into your shows.
Absolutely.
But right now, what do we have, Jackson? A bit of business.
Our title sponsor, that's Brown and Crouppen.
The presenting sponsor of The Morning After is Brown and Crouppen. And if you are in a position where you need the services of Brown and Crouppen, wouldn't you want to make sure you're doing business with a local company? Well, Brown and Crouppen is local. They were founded in St. Louis in 1979. 44 years of doing business in St. Louis. A local firm that knows how to handle the ins and outs of your case and the local environment. Superior legal services and value their client service as well. You're going to get great results and great service. If you think you may need Brown and Crouppen services, call 314-222-2222. That's 314-222-2222. Or go to brownandcrouppen.com and make sure you let them know you heard about it on TMA. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertising. Past results are no guarantee of future results, and every case is different and must be judged on its own accord.
What's your favorite post-show meal? It's texted in by Who's Your Daddy?
Coffee.
Coffee.
We're supposed to get a post-show meal after this?
11 o'clock.
Well, you can.
It's a good time to eat.
I am hungry when this is over.
Yeah, pastrami.
You sit here from 7 to 11. I'm ready to eat.
Get some corned beef after the show.
Don't tell me what to do.
Fair enough.
I like that potbelly. We got the Mediterranean Grill. There's a lot of good food options. Crushed red. It's all right here at the Hubbard headquarters. With Martin back on the show, could we possibly dig up the Mike Alden University of Missouri drop? That is a morning grind throwback. If there ever was one, that's from Kevin's brother, Jack Demoff. Martin, can you do a whole segment talking as Mike Kelly? We haven't really done that, right? Ask Mike.
No, not yet.
Just little snippets.
Yeah. I like when Mike Kelly joins the show.
He just pops on the show every once in a while.
Fan.
He's a good friend of the show. We'll give him a gift card for coming by. All right, it is The Morning After TMA, brought to you by Brown and Crouppen.
I don't get to the text line very much, but I just looked at one here. It says, is there any word on Tim's gender reassignment, how the surgery went? That's not why he's out.
Well, we don't know. Well, he didn't say that.
Well, yeah.
He's talked about the leg lengthening surgery and then fixing his skull. That's the two. I think that's on his dossier.
How long would you be out if you had gender reassignment surgery? You suppose that could be a month on the DL?
Can you Google that?
This is just silly. Tim's all man, and I don't appreciate
there
this.
it is.
And you're all limit. Okay.
Fish the People said at 9:57, I'm out. See you guys tomorrow.
See you tomorrow, Fish.
All right, Fishy.
Does that mean they'd had enough or they had things to do? Maybe they had a thing.
Maybe they had a thing.
Somebody suggested that Meghan Markle was a throning candidate because she got into.
Sure, and that's real throning.
That's a good throning.
That's a nice double.
And then they followed up: is somebody else? Is Travis Kelce throning, or is Taylor Swift throning?
I think if you had to assign one, it would be Kelsey, just for
she's the bigger
global
brand.
aspect of it.
Mm-hmm.
But I think they're both doing pretty darn well for each other.
Yeah, but there's no actual throne with Taylor Swift.
She could have a throne.
There could
she could afford
be.
a throne.
Meghan Markle's now a princess of some kind, isn't she?
It's metaphorical.
What is?
The throning.
But it isn't with Meghan Markle. There's a real...
That just happens.
Oh, you're doing literal.
Yeah, that happens. That's
like
a coincidence.
The royals.
That's right.
I didn't get it. Sorry.
Well, it wasn't a real reach, was it?
You can feel like a king, Doug, when you get a sound story for your family member.
No, anyone would feel like a prince if they got this gift. If you still can't figure out what to get mom and dad or your grandparents, if you're lucky enough to still have them around, this is the perfect present. It's an interview with Sound Story. The holidays are here. Perfect gift idea, not easy to come by, but we've got one. This is the time of year people really start to think what to get their family members for the holidays. And if you or your family is thinking about what would be best for mom or dad or both, a Sound Story gift card would be something everybody would love. Sound Story has a special holiday discount of 10% off gift cards at mysoundstory.com when you enter promo code TMA. Imagine being able to listen to a podcast interview with your mom or dad anytime you want to. Now that is possible with Sound Story. Sound Story is an hour-long interview with your mom or dad in which they tell their life stories, making sure that you and your children will have those memories saved forever. And now, new in the 2024 holiday season, Sound Story is offering the option of a video interview to make sure both the stories and the images are preserved. It's a gift you'll never regret giving, a gift that everyone in your family will absolutely love. Just go to mysoundstory.com and enter promo code TMA to get this special 10% off a holiday gift card for Sound Story. The promo code again, TMA at mysoundstory.com. Sound Story for you, for them, forever.
Gabe DeArmond's on the show Friday. There is a report at Power Mizzou that Mizzou freshman wide receiver Courtney Crutchfield is expected to transfer. That would be the fourth member wide receiver. He was a four-star recruit just a year ago. Courtney Crutchfield, again, Power Mizzou, Gabe DeArmond saying this would be the fourth prospect from Mizzou's recruiting class of a year ago. Williams Winery, the headliner, you had Kawan Lacey, the running back. God, it's unbelievable. You got guys who are just on campus for a year, don't play a whole lot, and then boom, they're out the door. At the time he was recruited, Gabe reports that he was in the mix with Arkansas and others. So that's a update. Somebody was texting in. They wanted some transfer portal updates. More with Gabe on Friday. Joe Theismann, Joe Buck, Joey Vitale. This is the Munganast Acura 10 o'clock hour. You've got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day coming up. Great day on the text line. We got to the bottom of the drink. I'm doing my recap on my phone. I'll share that with you. I got things now. You guys will carry us out. Absolutely. Tim may or may not be back tomorrow. Either way.
Hoping so. Hoping he's feeling better.
Thoughts and prayers, especially after the big surgery. Thoughts and prayers.
He'll be sore.
We will give away that Bernie Federico book. Thanks to all the great suggestions, some heartfelt stories there about their kids, their parents. We'll pick out a winner, and we will contact you. Jackson will make sure that you get the book. Well, I mean, it's off air. We'll take care of it.
Okay, all right.
It's housekeeping.
Yeah.
We'll get it done, and we will give somebody, thanks to JR for donating the book. This is The Morning After, powered by Brown and Crouppen.
I'd like to talk with you about aesthetic design and build, and Dan and his team at Aesthetic Design and Build. They have a showroom in Chesterfield Valley, which I have visited, and they walk me through all the different types of custom work they are capable of doing, from a full-on custom deck, adding on a pergola, or even looking to shade your covered patio with retractable screens. Then they came to my house and showed me what they could do with our outdoor space. The best thing is they don't take this high-pressure sales route or come back weeks later with a gimmicky discount. They encourage you to go out and do your research, and they're confident that once you compare the work that they do with what else is out there, you will see that they are the better choice at Aesthetic Design and Build. That's aestheticdesignandbuild.com. Let them know that I sent you their way when you call 636-532-5008 or visit them online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com. Ready to take your outdoor space to the next level? Dan and his team at Aesthetic Design and Build have you covered. Let them know I sent you their way at aestheticdesignandbuild.com.
You're listening to TMA. This is Action Jackson. Chairman Kurt with me. There was a brief respite there, a brief pause.
What was the respite?
Because Chairman Kurt's learned the board, and he just did it all by his lonesome.
Well,
that was all him. He brought us back to the segment, and so there's an attaboy for Chairman Kurt. Attababy.
Well done,
Well done.
Kurt. We'll start calling you Fingers. Fingers Kurt.
We were talking about the Mizzou transfer portal in the previous segment. Other SEC news is there's a Southeastern Conference documentary series, and it's coming to Netflix. It's about the most recent SEC season. Now, people might be excited. Oh, maybe we'll get to see some behind the scenes of Drink and the Tigers. They are not featured in the doc. They opted out of being in the documentary. So you will not see the Missouri Tigers in there. But it will feature 10 SEC programs in a kind of F1 Drive to Survive style of full swing, if you saw that. starting 5 on Netflix with the NBA guys. The participating schools are Arkansas, Auburn, Florida, Kentucky, LSU, Mississippi State, South Carolina, Tennessee, Texas A&M, and Vanderbilt. A source briefed The Athletic on
Drinkwitz and his staff seem to be pretty private about their practices. There was a time when the local media at least could go in and watch practice for a few minutes anyway.
Right.
Almost every day, but I don't think they allow any of that anymore.
When's that debuting?
When is that debuting is the question Chairman Kurt is asking. I wish I had that.
That's all right. I shouldn't have asked. I shouldn't have asked.
Yeah.
You're just feeling good about getting the show back on the air. Thought you could ask anything at this point.
I've watched his fingers work a lot today.
Yeah.
And I do. My hole will be tight that day. But I've taken a lot of notes today. I think I'll be able to get us on and off.
Okay, well, that's
Knock
good.
on wood.
When does it start, your gig?
A week from today.
Oh.
I'll be running the board for the Thursday and Friday show unless I crash on Thursday and they decide not to have me back on Friday.
The Netflix doc about the SEC, the 2024 SEC college football season is coming out summer 2025.
All right.
That's coming out summer 2025. Doug, can you tell me about our 10 o'clock hour sponsor? That is Munganess St. Louis Acura and Munganess Burkhardt Alton Toyota.
Well, this is where you go when you don't know where to go. If you don't have a car guy now and you're always thinking, where am I going to go to get my car worked on? What am I going to do? What will I do? Well, you know where to go now. You go to Munganess St. Louis Acura or you go to Munganess Burkhardt Alton Toyota. It's a big deal when something goes wrong with your car and you're not sure where to take it. It doesn't have to be that way. You don't have to be nervous because you're going to take it to Munganess, and they'll take fantastic care of you. And if you're not sure, first you call them, and we've got a number that gets you straight to the muckety mucks. That's 314-252-0029. You can talk with Jamie Burkhardt or Peter Munganess or Ryan Seiberg in the service department, and they will give you unfettered access.
Nice.
Unfettered access. Now, everybody gets first-class treatment there, but this will just make you feel a little bit better. Maybe you skip ahead in the line a little bit to talk to the guys that make all the decisions over there, and they will get you taken care of. Maybe you're not looking to get your car worked on right now. You're just looking for a new or used car. Well, you couldn't possibly find a better place to look for that. They've got their total selections are online if you want to browse online, or stop by the dealership, and they'd love to show you around there. Their websites are stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com. Many of us here on the dais have used them for several years now, and we could not recommend them more highly. They're just fantastic people to work with. Munganess St. Louis Acura and Munganess Burkhardt Alton Toyota.
That's Munganess, the sponsor of the 7 o'clock and 10 o'clock hour, which we are currently in. Coming up, we'll have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. On the other side of the break, a calm, yet no doubt, so what'd your grandma think situation that I look forward for you boys to hear from Titans coach Brian Callahan. That's coming up on the other side of the commercial break. You are listening to TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Soliga Heating and Cooling. My castmates on the show, the showmates, want me to talk about NBA. I'm not. I'm talking Blues hockey because they're back in action tonight, taking on the Tampa Bay Lightning. You can catch that game right here on your home of the Blues, 101 ESPN. Pre-game at 5 p.m., puck drop at 6 p.m. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Soliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer. Boom.
That's the title of it. What'd your grandma think?
Yeah, shout out to Calumet.
Okay.
Surprise line all-star, one could say.
Right.
So we had this is a very calm, so what'd your grandma think? And I don't think it's ripping the reporter, which kind of falls outside of the boundaries of what'd your grandma think. However, anytime we get the opportunity to play that open, I think it's a good opportunity. And Titans head coach Brian Callahan was asked yesterday about people being the important word, not the reporter, thinking the team is soft, and he did not react too positively to that. Here's the audio, Doug.
There are a lot of folks who think this team is soft physically and mentally. How would you respond to that idea?
I mean, you really want to get me going today? Yeah, I think, to be honest with you, I think it's complete and total bullshit, if you want my honest opinion. These guys are tough fuckers, man. They go after it every day. They play hard as hell. And there's at no point have we ever put on tape at any point this season that this is a soft football team. Like, I can't even wrap my mind around how that would even be a conversation. I mean, just because we don't win games doesn't mean we're soft. These guys play their ass off. They play hard. They play physical. You can ask any team that plays against us that when they come off the field, they know they played us. Yeah, that makes me relatively angry that would be some presumption. That means you just don't watch the shit, you know. You don't do anything about it, that you don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what you're looking at. So I won't stand for. I'm not going to stand for anybody calling this football team soft. I think that's bullshit. So if there's opinions out there that feel that way, then they don't know anything about NFL football. So I'd like you to walk in there and call one of these guys soft and see what happens.
Yeah. It's probably one of the worst accusations you could make at a football team, a player, a coach. You're soft.
Really, any sport. Like, I can't stand when I've seen it a couple times recently, and I won't name any media members. We try to get in the pissing match between you and me. Like, calling a pro athlete team soft or a player soft, if you're like in the media, like that's, unless you're a former player, I think I would not want to call another player soft. Like, I think that's wrong.
Yeah. It's like saying they don't care.
Right.
Or they quit. You're not trying.
Like, this team's soft. I'm like...
You're a wimp.
Like, you need some level of credibility, you know? Because, like, otherwise you just sound like a guy on Twitter. And so former players calling someone soft, okay, I could maybe understand that. I still don't think it's great. But a media member saying this team is soft... And that reporter wasn't saying that.
He was quoting someone else,
Yeah, I want to make that clear. The reporter was not saying... He's saying, what do you make of people... calling your team soft both mentally and physically?
I think that's kind of a cop-out when you drop the what do you say to people that say kind of thing.
What do you mean?
I mean...
Yeah, if you can pinpoint someone who actually said it, that's one thing.
Oh, yeah, like straw manning.
A player on that other team just said you're soft.
You might need like an actual sourced someone calling. Yeah, I don't...
Otherwise, you could say that about anybody.
Right,
well,
that's
people are saying.
Right, the straw man thing. Yeah, totally. I agree. But in general, because I've seen it, like literal media members doing it, I don't know if they're being super malicious with it, but I think it's a little out of bounds. Maybe not out of bounds, but not something I would want.
Well, you said it forever, Doug. When a team's not hitting, they kind of get lumped in as not trying just because the offense isn't really clicking.
Yeah. They look bored and uninterested and flat.
Yeah.
When you don't hit and nobody's on base. Yeah. You don't look that great when you jog back to the dugout.
No, certainly not. Doug, would you consider that a hot take from our guy Brian Callahan, the head coach of the Titans?
Pretty hot take. I probably should have had the gloves on. I'll put them on.
Those gloves are brought to us by EDF, the Engineered Design Facilities, the EDF Group. Here's Tim talking about the EDF Group.
All right. EDF, the sponsor of Doug's Hot Take Gloves. Do you want to support the EDF Group as a sponsor of TMA? It's real simple. Do you have a fire extinguisher where you work? The answer is yes, you certainly do. So please email the EDF Group at fire@theedfgroup.com so a technician can come out and explain to your team how the EDF Group can save your company money. Again, that email address is fire@theedfgroup.com. The EDF Group is hot and will prevent your facility from having hot fires. Experience the EDF Group difference. Learn more at theedfgroup.com. It's EDF, the EDF Group, sponsor of Doug's Hot Take Gloves on TMA.
Coming up on the other side of the commercial break, we are going to do the Design Air heating and cooling email today. Look at Doug's got his EDF gloves looking. Look at those hot take gloves.
These are the gloves that protect my fingers from hot takes.
Big show tomorrow. We're going to have Joe Theismann on in the Munganess 7 o'clock hour. 7:30 is the plan for Joe Theismann. Then Joe Buck's going to join the show right around 8:30. We're trying to get Joey Vitale on 9:30, and then Gabe DeArmond at 10:15 on the eve, or I guess today is the eve, for the first game of the college football playoff, and obviously a lot going on, the transfer portal and the world of recruiting for Missouri. Missouri basketball takes on Illinois on Sunday. A lot to discuss. A big show tomorrow. Hope Tim is feeling better. But we're going to soldier on either way, baby. That's what we do. Design Air heating and cooling email today coming up on the other side of the break, and then BK and Ferrari at the top of the hour. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen. Welcome back Munganast, St. Louis Acura, Munganast Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, 10 o'clock hour winding down here. We're going to do the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today in just a moment. We were joined today by Robert Thomas of the St. Louis Blues. Catch that interview. Schaefer Door Company, 101 ESPN and TMA STL app. Dobbs Tire and Auto Center's podcast. You can catch that. You also had Bernie Federko join the show, and then Tyler Fulgham join the show talking about college football and gambling. That was a lot of fun. Enjoyed talking with him. That's a good friend of the show to have.
Yeah.
Friends feel they can drop by at any time. I liked what he had to say. And, we like to talk about a wager every once in a while. Big show tomorrow. And that's the rundown, Doug. That's the dossier.
It's a heck of a little rundown.
Yeah, I'd say so. Before we get to the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, we're going to hear about our fine friend Seth Goldcamp from Design Air Heating and Cooling.
Design Air Heating and Cooling is a company I have been working with for a decade. Doug Vaughn is a client, Martin Kilcoyne is a client, and I welcome you to become a client as well. It has gotten cold in the St. Louis area. And if you run into problems with your heating system, all you have to do is go to designairservice.com and work with Seth Goldcamp and his team. Longest running sponsor on TMA going back a decade. Sponsor of our email of the day every day at 10:45. And a company I know I can count on. Seth is fourth generation. His great-grandfather started the business. And it's one simple principle. Treat the customer right, no upselling. They got a problem, diagnose it, fix it, and move on. No upselling. And that is how you earn long-term business. And that's what they do at Design Air Heating and Cooling. Online at designairservice.com.
That's Design Air Heating and Cooling, sponsor of the email of the day, Doug. Let's get into it. It's time for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email.
Well, let's go ahead and do it then.
Hey, guys.
All right.
Famed Alabama coach Bear Bryant here. Hey, just got a quick question for you. What's your favorite milkshake flavor? Thanks. Go Chiefs and go Crimson Tide. Haha. Bamboozled again, morons. This is actually #1 Asian intern Brian Henshin in Anyang. I'm here with a fresh holiday offer via my YouTube page, ASMR Ting Ting 2.0. What's that? You're looking for an update on the Chiefs injury report? Well, kick by my Patreon page and sign up using code JOHN, all caps, and I'll whisper the latest updates for you. Here's a preview. No, you idiot. Snip, snip. Alex Smith. Squish, squash. Retired years ago. Swoosh, bitches. That's code JOHN for all caps for a whispered injury report. Brian Henshin.
I'll be turned. Brian Henshin with an odd email.
Happy Thursday, lads. I've got a real-world problem, and I need your help on this one. Tonight is the annual Christmas concert at our kids' grade school. I've attended multiple years in a row, and it's an experience that every parent knows about. Vito and Vinny Jr. aren't crooners by any stretch. Vito, in fact, refuses to sing a song every year. Kid sings 2 songs each and sit until everyone is done. My little lads are finished early in the program. I sent a message to the wife asking if I could skip this year and attend my bowling league night instead. Much to my surprise, she agreed it was okay. A few hours later, I get a call from my mother explaining how disappointed she is for not attending my kid's concert. I haven't had a scolding like that from her since she found me in the basement with some devil's lettuce. I consulted with my wife. She once again seems fine about me opting out of the concert. My mind is all twisted up like a pretzel at the new Annie Ann's. So what do I do? Cheers. That's my cousin Vinny.
My cousin Vinny. I'm afraid to ask, what is the devil's lettuce?
It's marijuana.
Oh, okay.
Jazz cabbage is what it's also called.
Jazz cabbage. I like that.
What you got a recommendation there, Doug? I mean, if the wife says it's okay.
Oh, I didn't even hear that. I was.
Should he go to bowling or the concert?
I do bowling.
If the wife says it's okay, you might get a earful from your mother, but
yeah, I'd go bowling.
You don't have to live with her,
right?
Yeah, go bowling.
Yeah, why not? That was from my cousin Vinny.
My cousin Vinny.
I didn't use a washcloth in the shower until I was a freshman in college. Before age 19, I simply lathered up my bare hands with bar soap and let my little fingies scrub my dirt crevasse, sans loofah.
Oh.
Imagine my embarrassment when I found out I was supposed to be cleaning my crack with a rag instead of my fingernails. When it's all said and done, though, that's not even my darkest secret. I'd much rather admit that I used to go knuckle diving in my own cavern than tell people I listen to TMA. If my wife found out that I like to hear a realtor using the pen name Huge Ass tell fabricated homoerotic stories about fictional penetration with a character named Butchie, she would divorce me immediately. I'd rather confess to stealing money out of the offering plate at church than tell my priest I listened to a show that takes call from an elderly man smack dab in the middle of a bender as he struggles from every single coherent thought. At least Father Pat would forgive me for that sin. If he found out that I listened to this garbage, he'd send me straight to HE double hockey sticks. Although I'm a bad boy, maybe I do need to be punished. That's from the JV golf coach.
For heaven's sake.
What do you say when you just go hands and soap? Is that Viking?
Yeah, that's barbaric. Use a loofah. They're like $1.
Well, how far down there are you digging?
Use
Knuckles?
a loofah. You get way more out of your liquid soap. Then this is no free ads for loofahs. Big loofah,
Tired of them.
No.
Tired of big loofah?
I'm not. I use loofahs proudly. Okay. I've always thought Tim McKernan was a borderline Hall of Fame broadcaster. After listening to the program for 2 days without them, there's absolutely no doubt that he's a Hall of Famer. If Tim doesn't come back tomorrow, you boys will be on AM by next week.
Okay.
After Doug and Martin tried talking to Robert Thomas and they didn't respond, I'm not sure what made Jackson think saying, "Hello, Robert," would make him decide to talk. It's Robert freaking Thomas, not caller Chris. Tim, please get well soon and save us. Happy holidays. That's from Marsh's Burner.
Marsh's Burner.
How often do you switch out your loofah?
Once every couple weeks.
Yeah, that sounds all right.
Yeah. They're like, you buy like an 8-pack. Sadie Hawkins, Doug, Tim's out sick for the second day in a row, and he's employing the Iggy tactic of calling in sick several days in a row ahead of scheduled vacation. It was a rough night for hybrid radio host who also coached college basketball as the Billikens lost at home to a liberal arts college who previously hadn't won a road game yet this season, while Doug Gottlieb's bunch from Green Bay were taken down by Division II Michigan Tech. But I think the lead, the Cardinals' lame duck GM, who for some reason got to keep his job despite being responsible for the dysfunction within the organization, tried to trade Nolan Arenado to the Astros, who weren't on his list of teams he was willing to waive his no-trade clause for. But Arenado blocked the trade by saying, "Bang, bang, suck it, Mo Gang." Nice bounce-back show today after yesterday's debacle. I mean, it was probably the second worst show since moving to FM, but I really do enjoy the recurring bit where Libby Jack gets fooled by something he found on the internet, this time playing audio of someone pretending to be Eli Drinkwitz calling into the Kelsey Brothers podcast. It was great hearing Spready's older brother call in to request more Chiefs injuries updates than pinkle us from landline phones after Doug followed up about his raging bourbon addiction. Ours is the type of presentation where older gentlemen feel free to drop in at any time and detail their erotic dreams about our 60-something khakied smoke show and how they like to make him their dirty little Smurf. Remember, Doug, it's not how many times you get knocked down, it's about how many times you get knocked up.
What?
That comes from Buck Swope, reigning listener of the year, presented by Lager Tequila. And that's what we got, Doug. Who you got?
Gosh, I don't know who to vote for today. I didn't have a check mark. I don't know.
Weak batch.
I don't know. I think there's a pretty clear winner.
I got my vote in mind.
I'll say JV golf coach.
Doug's hemming and hawing.
I like the new blood coming in here today. I'm going Marsh's Burner.
I'm right there with you, Chairman. Marsh's Burner. No, it wasn't.
Congratulations.
Marsh's Burner picks up a win in the month of December. That's going to do it for us today. That was the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. It's going to do it for us today here on TMA, closing out our Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota. 10 o'clock hour. BK and Ferrari are coming up on the other side of the break for Tim McKernan, who is out sick today, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt, Martin Kilcoyne. I'm Action Jackson. You've been listening to TMA, presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.